Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for Thank God Friday. Good to have everybody join us here tonight. We're going to have a great time together. Thank you, user, for liking the live. Thank you, Ibo Jinodu. Thank you, Olainka. I want to appreciate all those who actually help. Thank you for power tapping and getting us up. Oh boy. Sorry, I saw a funny comment. I didn't even notice. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. User 35 and long number. Thank to you guys on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, and right here on TikTok. So it's the last session for the week. I hope you had a great week so far. Have had a great week. I enjoyed every bit of it. And the beauty, well, one of the beautiful things about these sessions is that you have conversations that make you want to study more, right? So that happens to me a lot, and then it happened to me throughout the week. So it's been fun. Just trying to make sure we're good on the other platforms and we can get started. Please, if you're on Facebook, please like the live and also share. We're here on TikTok, please don't stop power tapping. Also, if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above my head here and join the team. If you're already a member, please drop a heart to me, drop a gift so that we can push the live together to the FYP. And for the benefit of those who are on other platforms, we use phrases like drop gifts and stuff like that on FYP because that's how TikTok works, and we're streaming from TikTok to other platforms. So the way it works is that you have to push the live together, the audience and the host, to the FYP, that's for you page, and we do that by gifting. All right. Thank you very much. I've got a feeling. I'm going to have a great time today. Okay. So. Hope everybody had a great week. Hope you're having a wonderful day as well. This week we've talked about Aburi Accord. That was on Monday. And then on Tuesday we listened to a recording, which was really good, just like we did yesterday as well. On Wednesday we also continued with decree number 8, which was what you could call it the aftermath of Aburi Accord, and it was drafted or promulgated on March 17, 1967. We talked about how it was rejected by Ojukwu and things like that. You find all of that on the live section on our YouTube channel, Busui Oris. But the videos will be out later this weekend. But you can watch the full live session if you prefer. That's on YouTube, okay? Today we're going to discuss something as a result of our conversation yesterday. So yesterday we were talking about why the January 6th school was on Iboku and everything, and it got to a point people started asking questions about Decree 34 and the kind of things that Ojukwu did. And interestingly, it got me on Facebook. I saw some comments. By the way, someone asked me a question earlier today and said, why do you always insult me? If you're from the Southeast, please let me just say something in passing, like prove that you went to school. If someone says something that you don't agree with, it's okay, but engage that person. Someone says this is it. You say that's not it. Based agree to disagree. But this one that you just go around insulting, you insult me, insult my ethnicity. Some perfect retards, very perfect retards, even insult my family, my parents. I'm like, are you retarded? No, you're not retarded. It's not a question. You are retarded. But let's try and prove that we can be better by engaging. Like, hopefully, I've studied something apart from spare part invoices. So basically, you can also say according to this, and that, as long as it's not your receipt. Just make sure it's something intellectual, and you can have that conversation. Which brings me to the fact that somebody had written on Facebook that what's his name now? That Ironsi did not abolish the regional system and that it was go on. Of course, it's not true. I'm sure you must have heard it before. People say it. You see, if someone from my family does something wrong, it does. Acknowledging that does not mean that I am wrong. It just means that person was wrong in that matter. So, just because Ironsi, is someone you like, does not mean that we should blame someone else for his errors. Again, so is it? But the question is it true that Ironsi abolished the regional system? What was the role of Yakubu Gowon? All those things we talk about today. Okay, but first we're going to start with how they even got to that point of abolishing of promulgating new decrees, starting from decree number 1 of 1966 all the way to decree 34. We're going to cover everything as much as we can today, and I'm very sure we're going to get into what now led to the riots in May 29 in the northern part of Nigeria. We'll also discuss that later today. Good evening, Ẹkáàbọ. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, sir. All right. So please be on TikTok. Before we get started, please power tap. Please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. Thank you very much, by the way, user. I wish I knew your name, but I don't, because your name is user. But thank you, Lincoln. Thank you. I am Jai Jeje. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Mosun. Good to see you, ma. Erobodo Eshio. Okay, so let's get into it. We'll start with the news. This has been trending for a while now. We read a similar report on Wednesday. So I think this is what we're going to start. So we read a report on Wednesday. 35 military officers, including 33 Northerners, detained over alleged coup plot against the Tinubu government. By the way, if you're joining us for the first time, normally we would have the news and then we'll go to class. So we're doing the news now. When the time comes for class, I'm going to inform us, okay? So we read a report on Wednesday from Sahara reporters. Would have been new developments, and I think that's what we're going to begin today. I'll be reading a number of stuff on this whole coup matter, but let's start with this report from Premium Times. How the coup to topple and kill Tinubu was uncovered and foiled. I'm not going to read everything, but read enough for us to understand what the whole article is about. A covert intelligence operation coordinated by the Army Headquarters and the State Security Services (SSS) helped thwart a deadly plot to overthrow President Bola Tinubu's government and assassinate key political figures, Premium Times can authoritatively report. Multiple senior administration insiders said the plot began to unravel in late September 2025 after an unnamed military officer with direct knowledge of the coup contacted the then Chief of Army Staff, Olufemi Oluyede. The officer reportedly disclosed the scheme, saying he feared being implicated as an accessory to treason if he failed to alert authorities. Our sources said around the same time, the SSS independently gathered intelligence indicating that some serving army officers were plotting to destabilize the government and undermine Nigeria's democracy. An official familiar with the matter said the Director General of the SSS, Oluwatosin Ajayi, personally briefed Mr. Oluyede on the findings. Faced with converging intelligence from multiple sources, the two security chiefs agreed to act swiftly. A wide-ranging but discreet joint operation was launched by the Army and the SSS, with coordinated arrests planned across different parts of the country to neutralize the coup's masterminds and other collaborators. On 30th September 2025, as President Tinubu traveled to Imo State for an official visit, unaware of the plot to depose and possibly assassinate him, the joint operation went into effect. The sweep led to the arrest of the alleged principal architect of the coup, alongside other military and civilian suspects. The Chief of Defense Intelligence CDI, Emmanuel Odiandeye, and the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, were subsequently briefed. Mr. Odiandeye was then requested to detain the suspects in the underground holding facility of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Following the initial arrest, President Tinubu was formally informed of the foiled plot. A visibly shaken president immediately ordered the cancellation of the 1st October National Independence Day Parade. He also approved the constitution of a special investigative panel, which later led to additional arrests. The investigative panel was led by General Odianteye. One of the detained soldiers later escaped custody but was rearrested by SSS operatives in Bauchi, a military insider said. Meanwhile, a retired officer identified as General Adamu and a former governor, Tim Silva, fired and retired the Chief of Defense Staff, General Musa, as well as the chiefs of the Navy and Air Force. Mr. Oluyede was appointed CDS and promoted to the rank of General. Weeks later, Mr. Musa returned to the government as Minister of Defense. In a statement issued on 4 October, the Defense Headquarters said the arrested officers were being investigated for indiscipline and breach of service regulations. It added that preliminary findings suggested the officers' grievances were linked to quote-unquote career stagnation and failure in promotion examinations. Despite mounting evidence and a series of detailed reports by Premium Times and other media outlets, the military repeatedly denied that a coup plot existed. All right, so this is about going back to when the military wasn't really strict with us. Let me just read part of this. In an earlier report, Premium Times quoted sources with direct knowledge of the investigation as identifying top officials allegedly marked for assassination. They include President Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas. There are other people targeted, one source said, but those are the key targets. The plotters also plan to detain senior military officers, including the service chiefs. They didn't want to kill them, the source added. According to the sources, the conspirators intended to assassinate the political leaders simultaneously. They were waiting for a day when all of them would be in the country. One official said, wherever they were, they would be assassinated. The sources said the plotters relied on informants within the presidential villa and around the officials slated for elimination. They have people inside the villa who monitor the movements of these officials, the source said. The plan was to kill them at the same time and install a military government. Wow. Thank God they didn't succeed. Thank God. Good evening, your mites on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Good evening, Mr. Latindio Dedziro. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. That's something, isn't it? Well, the other reports, I'm going to read a bit more from Premium Times. But I'm just glad that the coup was foiled. I'm glad that they failed because I can't even imagine it. can't imagine. I can't imagine going back to the 90s. Before the school plot or whatever, before it was even discovered, for a while now, many people in Nigeria have been shouting that they wanted a coup. A lot of Nigerians have been talking about these things. And am I saying the military listen to Nigerians? I mean, who knows? I just hope that we are. It's not something to look forward to. There's nothing cool about it. People may have lied to you that, it's better. The first thing you notice is that amount that everybody is making on social media, insulting everybody, you won't be able to do it again. Twitter, you're in prison straight. Freedom of speech. There's not like freedom of speech. There's nothing like that. There will be no fear. You get to school late, it's cadets that will discipline you. I remember one guy, my secondary school, was doing. Normally I used to get to school late. Around that 1995, I was always getting school late, 95, 96, and the reason was simple. Kosepo, and our house to the school was about 1 hour. So unless I'm leaving just at 6 a.m., there's no way I'm going to get to school early. So, and when I say late, not like late, like late in the sense that once you are already assembly, not like they're in class, but just because they are already there, they will keep you outside for the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Then when they bring you inside, now start beating you. Not your teachers, cadets. Oh no. So one guy was trying to tell the cadet guy, like, waiting now. I saw a big boy. They now took that guy to. So we had different fields in my school, my secondary school. There was one that was grassy. There's another one that was just bare ground, like essentially clay. Poured water on that guy, and we used to wear white, our uniform. Poured water on him, made him roll on the floor, and he was beating. These are things that you can't do anything. Do you want to go and call your mother or your father to come and do what? They will beat the hell out of you for the simplest things. You're making noise in the class, they will just file you guys out. It never really got to me because I was always class captain. But the point is, there was nothing cool about it. CMS, no, I went to secondary school in Ibadan. I grew up in Ibadan. We don't have CMS grammar school in Ibadan. That was in Lagos. But it was terrible, right? Terrible. Cases, for instance, where I remember one situation where the principal, I think he was running late, of course, fear scarcity. And then, because he heard that the governor was coming towards his school, decided to scale the fence. The man fell down and was rushed to the hospital. Like, everything was done in fear. Like, say you are even running late and there's regardless of the fear of scarcity, you just hear siren blaring somewhere. You don't know whether it's the governor or his emergency ambulance or whatever. You just start running. You just start running. And then let's not forget the economic implications, right? The idea that many of us had to use sawdust to cook. There's a particular part of my neighborhood then, it's a bit far from our neighborhood, but it's not too far. The government the conserved area, right? Is that what they call it? Conservation. That's the right word. The conservation. So they had these trees. They just left those trees there. It was. I don't know why they left it there, but of course it made sense thinking about it right now. So that there will be no deforestation apparently. Then they had trees planted beside this beautiful river. Like, it looks good now, even now, but then it was even better. Ladies and gentlemen, all the trees, we fell all those trees because you had to cook. There was no kerosene. I don't know who is telling people that military is actually better than civilian government. And I see people on social media doing it. It's a dangerous thing. I'm glad that this one did not work. And it's not because military people are not good. They are good, but they are not trained to rule. They are not trained to lead a country. And we're going to read some of those things today. It's even good. I'm going to start reading. I'll start with some like a novel, right, written by Collier Motoshaw, like a dramatization of what happened after Ojukwu took over. And if you're one of those people talking about having a benevolent dictator, I've said it before. I won't mention the person's name, a professor writing how we needed an attack talk in Nigeria, somewhere that will remove all tribes and create a nation. All that thing is nonsense. The person is a professor, the person is powerful. I'm saying it is nonsense. When you look at our history, I don't think we've had any benevolent dictator in this country. I mean, maybe benevolent to certain people. For instance, somebody spoke up during IBB's book launch and said IBB made him. So you have individuals that were helped by those people, but as a collective, like the entire country, what can we say? Can you look at 5 things that we got from military that you can be like, okay, because of these 5 things, we want to keep having military? I mean, they did what they could, and to be honest, I think they even did to the best of their ability. It's not like they were bad people. They just were not trained to do what people are expecting them to do. So the SSS, the army, and federal parasite or whatever organizations have to deal with those people will deal with them. But the one that has to do with us as citizens is not to lose what we have because we are going through a rough patch. Like I saw someone in the comment section say democracy is failing. What do you mean democracy is failing? How many years have you practiced democracy in this country? From the very beginning, from 1960. How many years? The first republic lasted about 5.5 years. Quoted to 5.5 gone safe. Just 5 years and 3 months. That's the whole of the first republic. About 5 years and 3 months. Second republic lasted 4 years. 1979 to 1983 December. That was it. Third republic did not even last up to 2 years. 92, 93, before anything, everything else scatter. This fourth republic started in 1999. You never reached 30 years. If you put everything together, you have not reached 50, just around 40 years. You are saying it is failing. It has not even had the chance to even succeed, let alone fail. And when we use words like democracy is failing in Nigeria, what are we comparing ourselves? Who are we comparing ourselves with? You start hearing, but in America is going to be 250 years. 1770, 1776 or 1779. It's 1776 now. Yeah? So that means July 7 this year, America will be 250 years old. Wait, I want to be sure. I think I'm correct. Yeah, I was right. 1776. So this year, July 4th of this year, America will be 250 years old. That means unbroken democracy. Ain't to 40 years low. Did I say? Yes, I meant July 4th. Yes, July 4th. To be 250 years. We keep comparing ourselves with people that we don't, and that's one thing. Number one, they've had a lot of years to practice to make mistakes and amend and make it better and prop it up and all of those. 250 years. That's one. Number two, at the core of their country is a unifying identity that Nigeria does not have, and Nigeria is unwilling to actually face because we are not serious. Regardless of what you see, and I know I've talked about this before, but it's important to mention it here again. Regardless of how you look at America today, there's an identity, there's a core identity that America has. People just don't see it. but it's hiding in plain sight. The identity is called WASP. WASP. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. What's the identity of Nigeria? It does not exist. You have many nations put together and you don't want to even acknowledge the fact that they are different. So when you have a southern president, some people do not want to topple him. When you have a northern president, some people may be thinking of the same thing, because everybody is trying to do something for it. You've not really sat down to address the real issue, which is that you are different and you should organize yourself and structure your government to reflect your reality, so that everybody is not trying to become president. Why are you trying to become president? Because it's so powerful, everything is so concentrated. Thanks to Ironsi. Everything is so concentrated that you just want to have that thing. If you want to get it, you can favor your own people. Then the other people start feeling bad about it, because everybody is trying to get something, because we are not properly structured. America, like I was saying, has an identity at its core. The Yoruba is what you can compare to America, not Nigeria. And I've said it before, I'll say it one more time. If you look through the 250 years of American history, if you want to know, if you really want to understand how much identity plays, what role identity plays in America, look at the first 180 years. Slavery or before slavery by one Benisha, the end of slavery, up until 1965. The democratization, I'm using that word intentionally, that you now have with, moving into America, and everybody can come and everybody can move in. It started in 65. It's a product of the civil rights movement. America was not always open the way it is now. I'm not saying that others did not get into America. People went to America before 65, of course. Even Zeke went to America in the 20s. A lot of people went to America. But in terms of opening it up the way it is right now, it started in 65. And that's why when you copy their policies without understanding their structure, you will self-destruct. If you look at a country that has 150 years history, right, and you think it's secular, but even in that secularism or that nature of secular whatever, they still have that Christian core, and that Christian core is not even just Christian, it's Protestant. And that's why in 250 years you cannot say you have had 8 years of Catholic presidency in America. Think about it for a second. America has not had 8 years of Catholic presidency. America has only had 2 Catholic presidents, to be clear. The first was JFK, and it was in the 1960s. Lati, 1776. They had no Catholic president until 1960 something. That was when they had JFK. And from that time, they had no other Catholic president until Biden. But you look at the skin color, I think that's the base of their identity. They know who they are. It's not about skin, it's about worldview. What are worldview as Nigerians? The comparisons that we do in Nigeria, and a lot of people do it. I've been to abroad, I've been to Kenya. Why is Nigeria like that? Because you're not properly structured. The conversation we should be having is not who gets to be president, really. It's how do we structure Nigeria in such a way that regardless of who you are, you can feel good in your country, or at least in your part of the country. And if your part of the country does well, and my part of the country does well, and his part of the country does well, and her part, their part, by the time every part, well, Bible talks about what the joints on everybody's supplies. That's how the body actually grows. Not just be shouting unity, unity, unity. Unity, unity is great, but unity is not the real issue. We are structurally deficient. Anyway, all of that to say that, while we can't say much about those who follow the coup, because it's a military thing, they're just giving us the news in bite sizes. To us as individuals, as citizens, let's be careful not to do all these things of it's so bad, want the military back. When they were there, what did you gain? And the funny thing is that most people that want the military were not born during that military era. That's the first thing. The second second thing is that most people that are shouting they want military who were born are the ones they are from a particular part of the country, and I'm not mentioning anything for I don't want to blame anybody for anything. It's not a blame game. Who wants a benevolent dictator? And you have questions, they will say, oh, what? You had Ironsi, you had Gowon, you had Murtala Mohammed, you had Obasanjo, you had Buhari, you had Babangida, you had Abacha, you had Abdulsalam Abubakar. That's 8. You have had 8 military heads of state in Nigeria. 8. You are still looking for a benevolent dictator. You are looking for Ataturk. May your dream never come to pass. In Jesus' name. Let's read another news report. So I'm talking about also we as individuals, because your brother might be in the army. If they hear, and this is what I also noticed, if they hear a lot of clamor for something, they're also human beings now. They might think that they'll be the ones who are able to provide the solutions that people need, even though they're not trained to do so, but they might think that way. It's difficult right now, but let me tell you something. The worst civilian government in my experience in Nigeria's worst that I've seen since I was born. The very worst civilian government is better than the best military government. Sure, you can insult anybody. You can do images of Tinubu and put it on social media and say anything you like. Have you noticed that in the 90s, the most popular lawyers in Nigeria were human rights lawyers, human rights activists? Have you ever thought why? Why don't you have celebrity lawyers like they have in America? Since you don't want to use America as the base for everything, why don't you have corporate lawyers, right? People maybe in companies and all celebrity lawyers. Why don't you have them? What you have Ganifawa in me, Femi Falana, or Isagbakoba. You have people like that who are always fighting government. Why? If the government was so cool, how come they're always having human rights lawyers become the most popular lawyers in Nigeria? So guys, please, it's gonna get better. It's gonna get better, but let's be careful what we wish for. Let's read another report from Premium Times. Suspected coup plotters, exclusive Premium Times. Suspected coup plotters plan to truncate Buhari's handing over to Tinubu. You know, one pastor, this one is even Yoruba, who was giving one prophecy like that. I don't want to take it. I know the person. I don't want to mention his name. I think it was a bishop. He's in prison now. That time, he was saying that Thomas Fair hand over from Tinubu, that some military guys will not go and carry the president. Before he becomes president, they'll carry him, Ashewaju, and they will now install Peter Obi. The prophecy was all over the place. Everybody was celebrating it at the time. Wait, has anybody here seen that video? I want to make sure I'm not the only one. No. Have you seen it? Eventually got in trouble with something else in Lagos State. Erobodo, yes, you have seen it. Eventually, they got him imprisoned. But give that prophecy, and people were waiting for the soldiers that will come and burn to Ashewaju. Apparently, there was a plan to do so in reality. Let's read it. As Nigerians prepared for the transfer of power on 29th May 2023, military plotting to overthrow the country's democracy and assassinate key political figures. Premium Times gathered that the coup plotters plan to violently disrupt the handover of power from former President Muhammadu Buhari to President Bola Tinubu. Our sources said the failed plot was allegedly masterminded by Al-Hassan Maji, a colonel with service number N10668. Born on 1st March 1976, the Nupe native from Niger State started training on 18th August 1995 and finished on 16 September 2000. The coup was initially scheduled for 29th May 2023, during the presidential inauguration. However, the plan was suspended due to insufficient funds and inadequate logistical arrangements, our sources said. The conspirators then reactivated their plans in 2025 after a former governor of Bayelsa State, Timipre Silva, who was accused of bankrolling the coup plotters, allegedly transferred almost 1 billion naira in multiple tranches to separate bank accounts operated by a bureau de change operator. Mr. Silva, 61, from Brass local government area of Bayelsa State, was later declared wanted by the EFCC last year. Before the declaration, the former governor had his home raided by soldiers investigating the failed plot to topple President Bola Tinubu. Mr. Silva confirmed that the raid at the time, but denied any involvement in a coup attempt. Mr. Majid, the alleged mastermind of the coup, is a member of the Infantry Corps. He was promoted to Lieutenant. The 49-year-old officer was a commanding officer of the 19th Battalion of the Nigerian Army based in Okitipupa, Ondo State. He took part in Operation Crocodile Smile 2, a Nigerian Army military exercise conducted in 2017 to address security challenges in the Niger Delta and parts of the Southwest. He also served at Depot, Nigerian Army, and later as Commander Operation Delta Safe. He was a member of the 47 Regular Corps of the NDA. Mr. Maj marked for elimination. Earlier, government sources briefed on the investigation told this newspaper that the alleged plotters planned to assassinate President Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas. After further investigation, Premium Times can now report that the coupists also targeted service chiefs, commander, Guards Brigade, among others, for assassination. Some officers were assigned to take full control of the presidential villa, the Niger Barracks, the Armed Forces of Nigeria Complex, and Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. How the coup was foiled. Premium Times reported that a covert intelligence operation, I think we already read that it was foiled already, so we don't have to go back to it. That was a report we read earlier, so they're repeating, what happened in that one. So happened, it was supposed to be 2023, then it moved to 2025, and it was bankrolled by the former governor of Bayelsa State. And the man that wanted to do it is Alassane, the Colonel Alassane Maji, who is a Nupe native. Interesting. By the way, there's a list of names. I think I got the list earlier. May God keep protecting the president. And I don't think it can be difficult in some instances, but it's going to get better by the grace of God. It is getting better. And your problem is structural. You have a president who's actually addressing it. Support him. Please, support him. I'm waiting for what he will do in second term, because this first term, what we notice is that he first did the development commissions. That means we're on the right track. Let's support him, please, because the alternative, they want to think about it. I want to read you a list of the people involved in the coup. There are 16 officers. Brigadier General Musa Abubakar Sadiq, S. Bapa, Lieutenant Colonel A.A. Ayatu, Lieutenant Colonel Dangan, Lieutenant Colonel Al Makura, Major A.J. Ibrahim, Major M.M. Jida, Major M.A. Usman, Major D. Yusuf, Major I. Dauda, Captain I. Bello, Captain A.A. Yusuf, Lieutenant S.S. Felix, Lieutenant Commander D.B. Abdullahi, Navy, Squadron Leader S.B. Adamo, Air Force, and Stanley Amadi, civilian. Who is Stanley Amadi? Premium Times put out a news report earlier today and say here, Nollywood actor arrested for alleged role in coup plots to topple Tinubu. This is from Premium Times as well. Exclusive: Nollywood actor arrested for alleged role in coup plots to topple Tinubu. Nollywood filmmaker and actor Stanley Amandi was arrested alongside military officers accused of planning a violent overthrow of President Bola Tinubu's administration. Premium Times can report. Mr. Amandi, a director and former chairperson of the Enugu State chapter of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, was arrested in September 2025. This is the first time the actor's alleged role in the alleged coup plot is being made public. Premium Times gathered that the actor was hired to play the role of a propagandist by the alleged coupists, who planned to assassinate top government officials last year. The officers allegedly planned a violent takeover in which the top government officials were marked for elimination. Government sources briefed on the plot told this newspaper last year that the alleged plotters planned to assassinate President Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and Speaker of the House of Representatives Tajuddin Abbas, among others. On Monday, the Defense Headquarters confirmed the plan to illegally oust the Tinubu administration, saying the indicted officers will be arraigned before military judicial panels. About the arrested filmmaker, Mr. Mandi has featured in many Nollywood movies and is known for his work as an actor, production manager, and director. His notable works include The Album, where he served as director, Tiger King, where he also served as director and produced in 2008, Cornerstone, produced in 2019, and Once Upon a Dream. I didn't even know any of these movies, but Once Upon a Dream, in which he appeared as an actor in 2024. But I think I know the face though. I think I've seen it in not these movies, but I've seen it on. I've seen the look. It looks like a face I've seen online. Anyway, his last Instagram post was on September 19, 2025, shortly before his arrest. So that's that about it. And Nigeria work, but when we work properly, not by, because you can never really tell what would happen if the military takes over. You can't tell. You don't go looking for Gaddafi, or you just find yourself that the one you will have will be worse than the worst you've ever had in this country. It's possible. And it's not because the military guys are bad people. They may even think they're trying to help the country, but they're just not trained in a certain way, and they can't do more than what they say in pidgin, more than their power. I remember, by the way, before we move on from this news report, yes, your might's on YouTube. That's the name of the bishop that was giving us prophecy at the time. People were shouting, yes. By the way, if you're a Christian, please, let's be careful. All this prophecy, people just disgrace the church last election. They platform a person who doesn't go to other churches, just for election, shouting, "Church, take back your country." And then you had Christians who just wanted change. Even if they got anything there, they shall wanted the PC out. They say, pastors, prophets, just making nonsense of, making merchandise of the gospel. October 1 Independence Day celebration was cancelled, and apparently this is the reason. Thank God for saying I know this is a number of people want to come up. I'm going to bring you up later. I just need to finish the news, but please remember what you want to talk about when it's time. Please feel free to talk about those things. Let's move on to other news. That was actually quite important, and it's a good place to begin. Still on the president, the federal government has approved the construction of a 1 trillion naira. The federal government has approved the construction of a 1 trillion naira metropolitan rail service in Kano State, a major infrastructure project aimed at overhauling urban transportation, reducing traffic congestion, and driving economic growth in the state's metropolitan area. I like the fact that they're doing this in Kano. So all those, they don't do anything in the north. Although it was a lie from the beginning, but at least now it even helps better. All right, before we go on, I'd like to listen to Kenneth Okonkwo, who has a very ridiculous narrative, very crazy narrative. They've been repeating this thing. I think they have to begin to deal with people along. They have to start dealing with. You can't be talking anyhow. They have to start dealing with people. No, what you understand once you listen to him. Take a listen to Kenneth Okonkwo. He used to be in APC, then went to LP, now he's in ADC. Just talking. Take a listen, please.
Nigeria, and a sad thing for Nigeria, and a sad thing that the person that is sitting as their president is a certificate forger that has made a university abroad to refer to forging as a Nigerian thing. It's a shame. So you can imagine the level of the morality quotient that we have arrived at. Well, you know, generation of vipers will give birth to scorpions and serpents. Evil is evil. Criminality is criminality. Forgery is forgery. Are you saying it is now a Nigerian thing to forge? Section 137(1)J of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended is that whoever has presented forged certificate to Independent National Electoral Commission is disqualified.
I think they need to invite him. The police need to invite Kenneth Okonkwo to ask him for proof that the person, and by the way, this is people that want to lead Nigeria. He used the word. Listen to it again.
Sad thing that the person that is sitting as their president.
He said as their president. It doesn't make sense. Is it recent? I don't even know if it's recent, but he said it. It's his video. The person was sitting as their president. These are people that love Nigeria, want to change Nigeria. Somebody is sitting as their president. You know, these are kind of things that hopefully we'll have less of it, so that we don't have, you know, people just attacking the president for no reason. All right, I just wanted to share that, and then we'll get to other matters in today's news. Let's go to Anambra State. The governor of Anambra State, Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, spoke on his plan for Onitsha market and what they are doing in that regard. Take a listen, please.
Very happy New Year to all of you. Well, this is a short press conference just to clarify a few matters on the issue at hand. I want to say on Monday, the 20th.
Sorry, that was on the next news item. I made a mistake. The next news item actually has to do with the military. I just remembered now. I apologize. There's a news report from News Central on internally displaced people returning home. And you can't talk about this without talking about the work of the military. So while we're saying that, yeah, they planned a coup and so they were dealt with, we also have to acknowledge the good things that the military is doing in Nigeria. So let's listen to that before we go to Anambra State. This is News Central and talks about some people who have been away from home, that's in Poka, for about 11 years, right? And I thought it's good to play this so that we also, celebrate what the military is doing. Take a listen to this.
For families displaced by years of insurgency, this return marks the end of a long chapter of uncertainty and displacement. The journey back to Nigeria was challenging but filled with relief as the refugees make their way home.
For the first time after more than 11 years of their stay in Nigeria, these people being conveyed inside these buses are Nigerian refugees that have stayed in Cameroon Republic, and now they are happily moved through the border town of Kirawa, Nigeria.
75 households comprising 300 individuals, arrived in Pulka. Among them is Salome Amadu, a person living with disability, returning after more than a decade in exile.
Mutane suna zo Najeriya mun nace kudi bom da kasan Najeriya lashe. Murmuri kai ya kawo ni na ji dadi sosai.
On arrival, government officials began documentation, including national identity registration, indigenization, and the opening of bank accounts to aid reintegration.
Governor Zulum pledged that every head of household returning to Goza, since government has not built houses, will get 500,000 naira. Every wife will get 50,000 naira. In addition, His Excellency gave every wife a mattress and a wrapper. The National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons gave us food items. The United Nations High Commissioner on Refugees also announced a $200 package per household.
That's to tell you that peace has returned at home country. And we keep commending our military and the Joint Task Force for all this committed effort they have been doing to ensure that our environment is safe for our people to return.
Community leaders welcomed the returnees, assuring them of security support and access to basic services. More refugees are expected in subsequent phases of the exercise as efforts continue to support resettlement and long-term stability in the area. From Pulka for News Central, Umaru Kirawa.
All right, so that's very good news, and the person who spoke towards the end is very correct. There's no way you're going to have people returning home, right, if there was no peace at home, and there is no way you're going to have that peace if the military was not doing their job, right? So the military, the Joint Task Force, JTF, we have them to thank for that development in Gombe State. And we hope that other places there'll be peace in other parts of the north and every part of the country, so that people can return home and without fear of repercussions or attacks, I should say, from bandits and terrorists. Okay, now let's go to Anambra State. Listening to Governor Chukwuma Soludo, we addressed this the other day, so it's going to continue his speech. Take a listen, please, to Governor Soludo.
Happy New Year to all of you. Well, this is a short press conference just to clarify a few matters on the issue at hand. I want to say on Monday, the 26th, very happy New Year to all of you. Well, this is a short press conference just to clarify a few matters on the issue at hand. I want to say on Monday, the 26th day of January 2026, I drove down from Alka here. Well, after prior warnings, because we had actually informed all markets in our nation, especially main market, that they must be open or they will be shut down. Drove through the streets. In some place near Wuse, the traders were we took effort for us to even drive through because the traders were on the road, trading, busy, everywhere else bustling. Then you drive to main market, a government-owned market, which is the largest market in West Africa, and the place was under lock and key, except a few shops that were open and so on. And we decided to shut it down for the remainder of this week, and it will remain shut down. This is a struggle for the soul of Anambra's future. Like almost 80% of the people have given us mandate to protect and promote their welfare and security. And that we must remain committed to doing 24/7 every day. Because Monday is almost the most important day of the week. That's when suppliers, the people demanding for goods, that's when they must go and open up. So if you are not opening, people are opening, relocating elsewhere. That's what we mean by the cost to the state. The place will keep getting down and down economically. And like I said before, we're not going to train our children in the 21st century by going to school 4 days a week. Absolute nonsense. And this, of course, obviously has stopped. We're going to open the schools and we're going to take the same measures. If you are running a private school, if you are not open, I'll come and slam it and lock it up. Because we've given you the permission to operate there as a school. And in Anambra, the school days are Monday through Friday. For the sake of this state, for our children, for these poor people, poor traders, poor farmers, and who depend on these markets being open, we cannot have this. So the struggle is to save the economy of Anambra, secure our future, save our children, keep our markets open, and reassure our investors who are pouring in now that Anambra is not a 4-day week. It's a 5 or 6 day week. We need to reassure everybody. We are open for business. Anambra is certainly one of the largest economies in Nigeria. You can't count 1 to 5 and you don't count Anambra State. A time comes when you must either stand up for truth or be drowned. We don't want to deal with this and pull out the full weight of the law. But if we are pushed, we are not even shy to deploy them. Under normal days, on Mondays, you are everywhere, playing in the streets. That's the day now you go for sporting. That's the day you have neighborhood meetings and you say it is sit at home. You're not sitting at home. It's now calculated economic sabotage to bring down Onisha, to bring down Newi, to bring down the economy of the state. And I will tell you what, you can do that with any other person, but not with this governor standing here. We are determined on behalf of the Anambra people. We must take back our state. We are going to take back our state, whatever it costs. We are determined. It's not yet.
It's still longer than that, but that's the gist of it, and I'm actually happy. It's better late than never, and this is actually quite good for folks in Anambra State. And in other news, the chairman of the Onitsha main market in Anambra State, Chijioke Okpalugo, has described the 1-week closure of the market by Governor Chukwuma Soludo as a wise decision to restore the market's economic glory lost as a result of the Monday sit-at-home order initiated by the indigenous people of Biafra. So this is actually quite good, and I'm happy for them. All right, we're going to move very quickly from there, and so a number of things I'm looking at. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm looking at the ones that are really, really important. The United States is committed to advancing religious freedom and protecting Christians and other vulnerable communities in Nigeria. That's from the U.S. Mission Nigeria. And there's a joint statement that they issued in Abuja that's the United States and Nigerian government. So just going to mention that in passing. And then we have breaking news from Ogun State. Ogun State Police Command. Oh dear, you may have to listen to this yourself actually. Ogun State Police Command dismantles child trafficking syndicate. 7 children rescued, 5 principal suspects arrested, 1.5 million naira per baby sales racket exposed. Take a listen to this.
Ogun Police dismantled child trafficking syndicate. 7 children rescued, 5 suspects arrested, 1.5 million per baby sales racket exposed. Distinguished members of the press, good afternoon, and thank you for your presence. The Ogun State Police Command has recorded a significant breakthrough in its fight against child trafficking and related crimes. And this briefing is to officially present the details of the operation and ongoing investigations to the public. The Ogun State Police Command has successfully dismantled an organized child trafficking and illegal surrogacy syndicate operating under the guise of an orphanage facility. The breakthrough was achieved by the following the transfer of the case from Idoyin Divisional Police Headquarters. In the course of the operation, 7 children were rescued and 5 principal suspects were arrested, exposing a planned sale of babies at the rate of 1.5 million per child. The case began on 28 November 2025 when one Amara reported the abduction of her 6-year-old son, Samuel Honesty, at Idoyin Police Station. Preliminary investigation led to the arrest and prosecution of Chioma Honest and Praise Honesty for suspected foul play. Following the reports, the case was transferred to the state CID for in-depth investigation. On 21st January 2026, the abducted child was abandoned at the front of Gawan Police Station in Lagos State, where he stated that he had been taken to Joyful Kids Orphanage, Badagry, and identified Madam Joy as the operator of the facility. Following the information, operative the children include Ramsey Chidoze, 8 years, Raphael Rofiu, 6 years, Kazim Chidoze, 6 years, Shegun Uthman, 9 years, Ola Abdul Hakim Abdurrashid, 9 years, David Oyelese, 9 years, and of course Samuel Honesty, 6-year-old. We wish to emphasize that Samuel Honesty has been safely and happily reunited with his mother, Amara, bringing closure to the traumatic experience and restoring the family unit. During the operation, 2 pregnant young women, Tanimola Martins, 18 years, and Favor Martins, also 18 years, were discovered within the facility. They confessed that they were recruited to carry pregnancies with the intention of selling their babies to prearranged buyers upon delivery at a fee of 1.5 million naira per child. The principal suspects, Joy Chidoze, 36 years, also known as Madam Joy, was arrested at the orphanage. She confessed to purchasing the abducted child, Samuel Honesty, for 1.5 million, paying 900,000 naira in cash and 600,000 naira via bank transfer to a woman known simply as Kelly, and subsequently selling the child to one Mr. Emmanuel, who is currently at large. Further investigation revealed that Yusuf Adebowale, 31 years old, the orphanage driver, also acted as an uncertified surrogate agent, facilitating illegal surrogacy arrangements and connecting pregnant girls with prospective buyers. The other 6 rescued children have been formally handed over to the Ogun State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development for protective custody, welfare assessment, and family tracing. Investigations are ongoing to apprehend other members of the trafficking network. The Ogun State Police Command reiterates It's zero tolerance for child trafficking, illegal adoption, and exploitation of vulnerable children and young women. Members of the public are urged to report suspicious orphanage operations, illegal adoption practices, and human trafficking activities to the nearest police station. The command remains committed to safeguarding lives and upholding the rule of law. Thank you for this brief, and I want to reiterate that investigation is ongoing, and we will do our utmost to get to the root of this, how registration was obtained for this orphanage, its activities over time, and then the other members of the network that we are still searching for. Thank you.
All right. Was that the Kobe factory? And I mean, essentially just kidnapping and trafficking kids. But we're glad that that was taken care of. And all right, last news item that I'm going to read. I might play you a video later, but this is the last one I want to read. It has to do with the response of the Christian Association of Nigeria in the 19 northern states and the Federal Capital Territory. The response to the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria for the removal of the chairman, the calls made by the Supreme Council of Nigeria for the removal of the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amopitan, describing the demand as an attempt to politicize religion and undermine a key national institution. So earlier, a couple of days ago, the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, SCSN, on Wednesday declared that the Muslim Ummah will not recognize any election conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, under the leadership of its chairman, Professor Joash Amopitan. Personally, I don't see any sense in that. You are not the one that will determine who will be the chairman of the association, and you can't say that whatever INEC is going to produce will be wrong just because you don't like the person who is leading it. But there's something on that matter, that a lawyer, his name is Malcolm Emokiniovo Omirobo, what he said on this matter. He says, the attention of concerned Nigerians like my good self has been drawn to recent public statements credited to the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, SCSN, where it reportedly called for the removal of the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Joash Amopitan, and further threatened that Muslims across Nigeria would not recognize or legitimize any election conducted under his leadership. Let it be stated clearly and without ambiguity, holding an opinion is a constitutional right. Threatening the legitimacy of Nigeria's electoral process is not. Under Section 39 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, every individual or group is entitled to freedom of expression. However, that freedom does not extend to intimidation of constitutional institutions. I think he meant constituted institutions, religious mobilization against the democratic process, or issuing ultimatums capable of undermining public order and national cohesion. INEC is a constitutionally independent body, not subject to the approval, endorsement, or veto of any religious, ethnic, or sectional organization. The procedure for the appointment or removal of its chairman is clearly and exhaustively provided for under Section 157 of the Constitution. No group, council, or association, religious or otherwise, possesses the authority to demand removal or to condition the legitimacy of elections on such demands. It's quite long, but I think it's just very brilliant. And people should begin to talk to their religious leaders. There is no sense in the religious organization telling the government that they have to remove. They've never had an election. And what are you afraid of? Because of what he said. In fact, let me finish this thing. It's long, but I will finish it. The personal opinions, academic writings, or professional antecedents of an INEC chairman, whether agreeable or controversial, do not in themselves amount to misconduct, nor do they confer removal powers on external bodies. Allegations of wrongdoing must follow due process, not press conferences or threats of mass non-recognition of elections. Statements suggesting that a segment of the Nigerian population will reject electoral outcomes unless certain conditions are met amount to institutional intimidation and pose a serious threat to Nigeria's democratic stability. Democracy cannot function where elections are subjected to religious approval or where constitutional offices are held hostage by sectarian pressure. Nigeria is a secular republic governed by the rule of law, not by clerical or sectional ultimatums. All Nigerians, regardless of faith, are bound by the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. While constructive criticism and lawful advocacy are welcome in a democracy, any attempt to delegitimize elections or undermine constitutional institutions crosses a dangerous line and must be firmly rejected in the interest of national unity, peace, and democratic survival. And I think that is brilliant. And folks should stop using religion. I don't know. They stop using religion to scatter the country. Can't say because somebody said something about your religion, therefore they should remove him. Who are you? So let's assume that traditional worshippers also now do the same thing. Remove that person because he spoke against our religion. Let's remove that one too. And what was all this about? I think it was about that stuff about Christian genocide that he wrote a while back. So let Christians do the same thing. Let traditional worshippers do the same thing. By the time you know what's happening, you just be governed by, you go and import angels from heaven. May God have mercy on all of us, but religious leaders have to be a bit more circumspect in the way they talk. And thank you, MD, on YouTube, for asking people to subscribe. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, everyone, for listening. We're going to bring people up now. We'll listen to your reactions. Then we'll go to class. Today we're discussing how Ironsi abolished in Nigeria's regions. So let's bring people up. Please as soon as you get up to mute so that we have interference and all of those things. Things Arabs in this matter now. Which one is Arabs in this matter? Please mute as soon as you get up, please. If you sent a request, please mute as soon as you get up. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have to drop you. Let's have my battlefield. Good evening, sir. My battlefield.
Yeah, good evening. Okay.
Good evening,
yeah, thanks so much for this opportunity once again. You've been wonderful. I think this, first of all, I want to comment on this issue of people issuing prophecy. I don't think people are aware that issuing prophecy and that threatens people's lives, that make people distress, is illegal. You cannot mention someone, oh, you're gonna buy tomorrow, gonna die tomorrow, gonna die so. I'm mentioning particular name. It appears that people have been taking levity because people are not taking them to court. You can't just say that. That's those statements are very reckless, very reckless. And again, the issue of Okwankwo issuing statements, defamatory statements against the president, say about forgery. I don't think he has followed the case very well. The University of Chicago, they've affirmed that something they issued to the president, they've affirmed that it's actually a genuine certificate. But people still going on this trajectory. I think the president has been so nice. The same thing with Shore and the rest of them. Nigeria is, you see, people think Nigeria is a lawless state. I've told them, make sure, I said, if you want to see the teeth of the law, do something terrible, and you will see. But because of these undemocratic allegations against the president has been so generous. But that's what I mean. We should start stamping on its own right. That's right, to defend its own integrity as well. Nigeria is gone beyond that state now. We've moved forward, but people are saying the past. But until the law law catches up with them, then they will know that we have laws in Nigeria. When you see what people post on Twitter, on TikTok, and so reckless statements, and because people have been turning the other cheek, thinking, okay, I can't just continue suing people to court. Yeah. Honestly, Nigeria is getting to that stage now that the law has to be affirmed and adjudged to be affirmed too. People have to be taken to court to seek redress for their own integrity. It's going too far. And again, I commend the government for what they are doing in Kano. Kano is a metropolitan city, just as Lagos. I think that would set a pace for the people in the north to see the possibility of them being like Lagos. I think it's a way forward, and I actually commend the president. He's doing fantastically well. I commend him from day one. So it's kudos to him. I hope Nigeria will move will move forward. It will get better. And again, I don't know whether you've watched what happened to Trump's lawyer today in court. He was thrown out of court. Probably he's going to face debarment. I think it's high time we started doing that in Nigeria too. You can't just go to court and be making allegations like Trump's lawyer did today or yesterday at court. He was thrown out. And it's not going to do that. I think the Nigerian court, they should start doing the same thing they're doing in India. In India, you can't just bring any frivolous cases to court. They will debar you. They're very strict on that. Some cases, they shouldn't even near the court at all. You see, but Nigeria, because we think we are so lawless, but now we've reached a critical mass now. The threshold has reached. It's high time the government started doing something now and start affirming its rights, its authority, that they are there to maintain all law and order. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Battlefield. Really appreciate your submission. Let's move on to Sheol Omoidun. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone.
Sir.
It's been long since I came up or come up to talk.
Good to have you back.
I want to say something which I will borrow a word from Patrick Obayagbon's statement, which says, press the SIBO as quickly as possible.
Okay.
People cannot give what they don't have. Most of the people, you hear them talk probably in political terrain, or you listen from Southeast precisely, you understand that only few graduated individuals, I said graduated, not graduate, graduated individuals are intelligent. I have been in the midst of the so-called lawyers from that side of the country, and their submission alone, and you'll be saying, hang on, I'm not a lawyer, but I understand that this case will not fly. If you want your place to be developed, you want to be developed as an individual, I think you yourself should start showing us. You've gone all over the world. You've developed Accra. You are developing Benin Republic right now, Abi. You've developed Kenya. Why don't you develop where you are from first? So that what not brought me up today is, I think people should, most of our Southeast brothers should go and learn the difference between river and ocean. Yeah, that your face. Because you have a particular river. You have a particular river that crossed your state. That does not mean it's an ocean. It links, yes, it links. So you want the federal government to dredge it for your satisfaction. What about the people that owns the other side of Will government not compensate? Do people understand what compensation, how compensation take bulk of development? When you are redesigning or when you are designing a project, you consider the sort of money you want to use for settlement, and you're complaining of so many things, including the airline. Now you're complaining. You said they're exploiting you. Do you understand what flow, how flow is calculated? An aircraft that will come from Lagos to somewhere in the east, full load, will be going back with what? Empty. Who will pay for that? You will pay for it. That's why when you fly from Lagos down to Enugu, you pay more. You pay more because the tendency of having the same aircraft coming back with a full passenger is low. If you don't patronize things, you will not get. If you don't patronize things within your terrain, you will not develop. And stop blaming other people for your flaws. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's somebody was trying to speak earlier. Somebody was trying to speak. My battlefield, are you there? My battlefield, am I
ready?
I know you have spoken. I was going to ask you to maybe take a minute to speak on. I need to just step out for a second. Take a minute to speak on the whole cool situation, if you don't mind. Thank you.
The what? Sorry. Hello?
The cool situation.
The cool situation.
Okay. Yeah. You see, it's so funny. I know immediately after the last election, people were galvanizing towards coup. They were trying to prompt the military to stage a coup. And now that is what it is now. I hope they will see the consequences of what they. I think they will see the consequences of what they started. I think most of the people asking for coup, they didn't live through the coup era from 1960, 1967. If they after 1966, if they had that experience, honestly, believe me, they would never ask for a coup. Military regime, no matter how benevolent, you are the mercy. And I know some people too are asking for revolution, which like a coup too, which even worse. They are similar. But our young people need to be educated that asking for revolution, asking for a coup is a recipe for disaster. We should be asking for evolution now, not a revolution. If you look at those countries who have been doing revolution all this while, you see the consequences of the aftermath of so-called revolution or military coup. August well to nobody, for nobody. It's a recipe for disaster. It will not advance the cause of a country. I know people don't want to hear the truth. Because someone lost an election, it doesn't mean the end of the road. Then contest again and again and again. And meanwhile, the same person the people are championing, they are egging on. This particular person has never submitted himself to primaries. He's an undemocratic person. He wants someone to be raising his hands up all the time. He wants to be a consensus candidate. Yeah, whereas he hasn't got the gumption to stand for what he believes. This is a democratic process. You go there and contest with the rest of the people. You don't just let it go like that and say, okay, because they must elect, they must choose you, as if he's the best. And this guy, honestly, up to now, I'm still wondering what prompted people to actually vote for Obi. Because it's the arrowhead of this campaign for coup. It's the arrowhead. I can't disguise that term. You see, I've asked people, those who voted for him, I said, what did you see in this guy that you voted for him? Because when you're doing appraisal at work, or you're going for an interview, they will want to ask you, what have you done in the past? Why are you applying for this job? This guy has no clue. He's clueless. He's clueless. And at the same thing that people supporting him, if you ask them questions, they cannot stand up to scrutiny. They can't. They cannot advance their cause. And at the same time, they want you to midwife their thoughts, which is not possible. If you want a democratic process, you must endure the process as it is. You can't just let people just choose you. You're not in the military coup for crying out loud. If you want to be elected, you pass through the process. That's a process there, designed not for nothing, but for something. And you have to face the fact that Nigeria is a democratic space. It's not a banana republic. If it's a banana republic, where are the baboons? I know some people call Nigeria a zoo. Probably they need a zoology to rule them, which is not possible these days. Tinubu has done so well. Honestly, I'm quite impressed. And those people who have been arrested, one of them was aware of the coup, but he didn't actually take active part, which is more or less like abetting a coup. It's the same thing. Someone comes to you that I'm going to do something, and you didn't report to the authority. That's why I tell people, when you see a crime being committed and you are not reporting it, you are party to it, and you have to face the consequences. Well, I know those people who sponsor those people. They too, they will face their own Armageddon at the right time. But it's just what it is, really. Nigeria is a democratic space, and we have to face democratic process. If you cannot face it, then you're not fit to rule. They say to people, if you are not ready to die, you cannot lead a troubled nation. And those who want to lead us, they don't want to die. Yet they want to lead a troubled nation like Nigeria. Thank God for Tinubu. Thank God for the space now. Things are getting better, but some people, they prefer the bad news because they thrive on bad news. But thank God things are moving on for Nigeria. It's either you go with Nigeria or without Nigeria and move out of our space. But don't mess things up for people like us who actually are endured to this stage the democratic process and the advancement of our cause of the nation. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Esho, thank you very much, my battlefield. And
thank you.
Yes, sir. And Sheo Omoedo, I really do appreciate your submissions. We're going to take it down now so we can get to class. We're going to have a fantastic session this evening. So again, thank you for coming up. Those of us in the comment section, please let's power tap. And on YouTube, please also like the live. Kindly tap on your screen. I saw some messages on YouTube, so I'm just going to read some of those comments out. No, I won't read this one. No, they are throwing jabs. So yeah, but I said this good one. Yes, Tinubu has done very well. This is from Livingstone Joseph on YouTube. Yes, Tinubu has done very well. Only a lunatic utters this statement. Are you the? I don't. You have to tell us exactly whether you're being sarcastic, or I don't want to say the other one, all right? But I'm very sure eventually you're going to unravel, so I'll know exactly where you stand. But thank you everybody for being here. If you're on YouTube, please like the live and share. Folks on Facebook, please like and share. If you're on X, please like and repost. If you're here on TikTok, kindly power tap. And also click on the heart icon above my head, just right here. Yes, please click on that icon, drop a heart to me, drop a gift. That way we can push the live to the FYP together. So let's get to 50K in the next, 30 minutes or less, and then we can scale to 80 and 100 and much more later. Thank you very much for being here. All right, let's get into it today. So lónìí, a fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí nǹkan tí àwọn ológun ṣe ní ọdún 1966. We're talking about coup plots earlier. Well, the very first one that was executed in Nigeria was January 15, and it led to a unitary decree. And that decree actually, one of the core things there was abolishing regional systems, or the regional system, or the regions in Nigeria at the time. Now, for the last 60 odd years, whenever conversations about who abolished the decree comes up, sorry, who abolished the regions comes up, people just switch and start shouting as you go on. It's not because they know what they're talking about, it's because they want to protect their ethnic group. Because of course, one person in that place, whatever he does, represents everybody. If he's good, if he's bad, then they have to make sure that you don't say he did something bad, so that doesn't represent everybody either. But here's the point. The point is, history doesn't really care about people's feelings. We're going to share what happened. Of course, facts of history, respectfully shared, communicated in as kindly as possible. Okay? So what I want to discuss today is how I knew it. I knew that this guy is not a Livingstone. He's a dead brain. Livingstone Joseph, you are a dead-brained Joseph. And at this point, I'm going to have to mute you because I don't have time for irritants. I thought as much. I was just waiting for. I said you're going to unravel. It's not going to. I thought it would take like another 10-15 minutes. We're not that smart. But thank you very much for showing your hand so quickly. You're not very brilliant. You're not the brightest guy. Let's just leave it alone. Let me just send you to the naughty corner. Since you're behaving like a toddler. Umbo, raise your hand, close your knee down, raise your hand, close your eyes and face the wall. Bad boy. Alright, let's get to serious matters. So we're discussing how Ironsi abolished Nigeria's regions, and we'll start, of course, with what happened in the coup. I'll be reading a number of books today. I'll be reading Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, A.H.M. Green, reading Anthony Enauro's speech. I'll be reading Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari, and also I'll read Educated Elites in the Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele, and I'll introduce another book today, which is actually quite nice, Just Before Dawn by Kolio Motosho. So let's get into it. Let's start with Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. Please, Bartap, enjoy. If you disagree with anything, feel free to write it in the comment section, but don't insult anybody, any ethnic. Don't be saying Yoruba people are Kinikon or Tinubu is Kinikon. Well, you can actually talk about Tinubu as your president. If is your anything like you want to say about your president, but at least use your sense, use your brain. Can't be writing nonsense like this in the comment section now, please. Let's do better. God bless you. And please double tap on your screens, right? Thank you. All right, let's go get into this. This is Anthony Enauro's speech. Anthony Enauro's speech, 12th August 1968. Historians will continue to debate whether what happened in Nigeria on 15th January 1966 was a rebellion, a coup, or a mutiny. I believe it's a revolution and a coup. But originally, it was Igbo coup with a facade of revolution. But let's continue reading. Whatever it was, there was a change of government. The civilian administration was removed from office. In the morning of that date, the Prime Minister of the Federation, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, the Federal Minister of Finance, Chief F. Okotiebo, the Premier of the Northern Region, Sir Ahmadu Bello, the Premier of the Western Region, Chief S. Alantola, the second and third ranking officers in the Nigerian Army, Brigadier Malari and Brigadier Ademolegun, other senior officers, Colonel Shoda Inde, Colonel Pam, and others were seized and murdered. All of them had one thing in common: they were not Igbos. The Premier of the Eastern Region, Dr. Michael Okpara, Premier of West region, Chief Dennis Osadebe, and the head of the army, General Ironsi, the Federal Minister of Trade, Dr. Keom Badiwe, and others in like positions were not killed. They had one thing in common: they were Igbos. However, in the morning of the fateful date and for some time afterwards, these facts established a federal military government. After January 15, he promised to restore law and order, to put down what he described as a mutiny, to deal with corruption, and to restore civilian rule as soon as practicable. In assessing the motives as well as, by the way, as soon as practicable is in quotes, and it reminds you of what the Northern stance was in 1953, when this amount now removed the motion practicable. Let's continue. In assessing the motives as well as the consequences of the military coup of January 15, 1966, attention should be drawn to the various interpretations and excuses offered. Firstly, some people saw it as an attempt to end Northern domination. Secondly, some regarded this as an attempt to remove corruption in government. Thirdly, others hoped it would introduce an honest and just program of political and administrative reform to correct the structural imbalance in the Federation. No one quarreled with these aims. Consequently, there was an atmosphere of general relief immediately after the coup of 15th January, until the pattern of killings which emerged, when the dust had cleared, revealed that this was a coup organized by young Igbo officers in the army. Whatever they may claim was their basic plan, its effect was that civilian leaders and senior military officers from the other areas and ethnic groups were killed, while those from Igbo areas were spared. All non-Igbo senior military officers above the rank of major who were accessible were killed in the January 15 coup. There was only one exception to this, when a junior Igbo officer, There was only one exception to this, when a junior Igbo officer, half awake through his midnight sleep, was killed in Apapa for refusing to hand over the key of the armory. Therefore, to most Nigerians, the incidents of 15 January were a clumsily camouflaged attempt to secure Igbo domination of the government of the country. This impression was later reinforced by certain appointments and actions of the new regime under Major General Ẹkáàbọ, himself an Igbo. The opportunities of January 15 were misused in several ways by the Ẹkáàbọ regime in the months that followed. For a while, every Nigerian hoped that the country would go on to achieve greater progress in its development generally. Unfortunately, General Ẹkáàbọ allowed matters to be taken out of his hands by prominent Igbo leaders in the army, in the public service. I'll tell that again. Let me start from here. For a while, every Nigerian hoped that the country would go on to achieve greater progress in its development generally. Unfortunately, General Ẹkáàbọ allowed matters to be taken out of his hands by prominent Igbo leaders in the army, in the public service, and in public life. Affairs in the public service and the armed forces appeared to lend color to the impression that the coup of January 15 was designed to install Igbos in position of power. Right? It was designed to install Igbos in positions of power. Out of 21 promotions in the army in April 1966, for example, 18 were Igbo officers. By the way, this same thing, you find it in the book by Adewale Ademoyega, where it talked about the fact that they promoted 18 Igbo officers, and then they looked around, and they said, made no realizing only Igbo, they come pick 3 Northerners, took them ahead of Yoruba officers who were their seniors, 5 of them, took the Northerners ahead, and so we had 21. But the Yoruba guys were supposed to be promoted, were not promoted. Well, let's read this one. Out of 21 promotions in the army in April 1966, for example, 18 were Igbo officers. General Ẹkáàbọ drew his principal advisors from the Igbo ethnic group. Ethnic groups tend to be chauvinistic, but the Igbos were the most militantly chauvinistic, and this naturally created apprehensions in the minds of the others. Although public inquiries were instituted into the conduct of certain public officers, some of these men remained in positions of power. The public was disenchanted. In the army itself, there was growing resentment about officers killed in the January 15 coup. Non-Igbo officers and rank and file resented the killing of officers from their ethnic groups, while those from the Igbo ethnic groups were spared. Major General Ẹkáàbọ did little or nothing to answer this resentment, which rapidly became widespread in the army. There were continued reports that January 15, 1966 was inconclusive and that plans were afoot to complete the job by the liquidation of surviving non-Igbo officers. The leaders of the opposition remained in prison, whereas it was freely said that some Yoruba army officers had participated in the coup expressly for the purpose of securing their release. In North, after January 15, the people had adopted an attitude of wait and see. In several parts, especially Kano, Katsina, and Zaria, some of the former ministers of the regional government had been molested and jeered at on their return to their provinces. But the situation soon changed because of measures introduced by the Ẹkáàbọ government, which many Northerners believed were inimical to their interests, and because of the publicly provocative and living in the North, who paraded themselves as the new masters of Nigeria. All advice to the Ẹkáàbọ government to rectify the situation was ignored. Major General Ẹkáàbọ did nothing to remove the impression that the January 15 coup was part of an Igbo master plan to dominate the country. This was the state of affairs in the country generally, and in the North in particular, when the unification decree was announced by Major General Ẹkáàbọ on 24th May 1966. The decree number 34, a major constitutional and political step which, contrary to traditional practices, had not been widely discussed, announced a unitary system of government. Listen to this, please. Pay attention. It announced a unitary system of government, the dissolution of political and tribal parties, and other measures. But the faithful words of the announcement were, quote, "The regions are abolished," end of quote. How clear? I mean, can you get clearer than this? He said, "The regions are abolished." So the first thing we want to establish the fact that the person who pronounced the regions abolished in Nigeria was not Gowon. It was Ẹkáàbọ. Before promulgating this decree, Major General Ẹkáàbọ did not even allow the Constitutional Committee, which he had appointed and which had begun to sit in regional centers, to complete its work, despite his public and written undertaking that no constitutional changes would be introduced until after the fullest consultation with the people of the country. All this caused great disquiet in all parts of the country and led to the May 29 disturbances in the North, in which a number of Igbos were killed. All right, so that's what I want to read from this particular book. The point here is this. When we talk about the fact that Ẹkáàbọ abolished the regions, is not propaganda, which some people are used to. He's not even trying to insult, the East or the Igbos. It's just a statement of fact. It's historical fact that Ẹkáàbọ literally uttered those words, "The regions are abolished." Before we continue reading, someone might say, but it was Yakubu Gowon that created state. It was one that destroyed the region. No. Yakubu Gowon created state. He didn't abolish regions. To abolish region means that you take the autonomy away from them. In other words, they were representative of the government, not of the people. The governors of the regions, the three governors, Asan Katsina, Adebayo, and Adekunle Fajuyi, and what's his name now? No, there were four. Asan Katsina, Adekunle Fajuyi, David Ejo, and Ojukwu. They were representing the military government, not the people. And they had no autonomy to just do whatever they wanted to do. So regional system, the way it was, where each region had its own constitution, that was not to be, because we're now under unification decree. That was how the regions were abolished. Again, I'm using this book as an introduction to everything I want to read. So let's go to another book now. Please stay with me. I'm going to read about a number of books, but we'll tie everything together at the end, okay? So this time we'll read Educated Elites in Nigerian Society by E. Adele. And he says here, the suspicion of Igbo domination grew as Igbos, by the way, if you notice there's a word, you see it in this book and in the other book and in many books. Almost every book written by non-Igbos whether the books were written by a Northerner, a Westerner, someone from the Midwest, an American, a Briton, regardless of anybody that was writing in that period will mention that phrase, Igbo domination, because that's the reality of what was happening anyway. So if you hear the word again, I'm not inserting it, it's actually because it's in the book. Okay, so let's go back just a bit. In fact, let me start from this paragraph. It says here, while one must wait until the authentic sources are made available, in Lagos, Benin City, Ibadan, Enugu and Kaduna, the last four regional capitals at that time, certain facts are clear. It would appear that the educated elites in the army had been infected with tribalism. The coup was executed by and large by the Igbo, witnessed the killing of all northern Nigerian officers within reach, and of Yoruba officers suspected of being in sympathy with the Hausa Fulani elite of northern Nigeria. Moreover, no Igbo elite politician and disseminator of tribalism or sectionalism lost his life. In other words, there were Igbos who were major oga of tribalism, including the one who had the guts. And I'm remembering it now with a lot of anger because I read the book this afternoon. Somebody referred to that. I watched the video, somebody referred to his book, and I was like, wait, who? Mbadiwe wrote a book. Disseminator of tribalism or sectionalism lost his life. The troops in Benin and Enugu under Igbo control refused to murder Dennis Osadebe and Michael Okpara respectively. But on the other hand, the federal prime minister, sorry about that. So it says here, moreover, no Igbo elite politician and disseminator of tribalism or sectionalism lost his life. The troops in Benin and Enugu under Igbo control refused to murder Dennis Osadebe and Michael Okpara respectively. But on the other hand, the federal prime minister and Chief Okotie, the Midwestern fighter against Igbo domination, were killed. Also murdered were S.L. Akintola, the Premier of the West, and Ahmadu Bello, the Premier of the that the Igbo plan for a takeover of the country was maturing. And there was the fact that the first head of military government, Ironsi, surrounded himself with top Igbo civil servants as advisors. The suspicion of Igbo domination grew as Igbos within the army were promoted to the rank of officers, and the unification decree was issued in response to the minority report of only one member, Nwokedi, an Igbo, and against the firm recommendation of the majority of the committee that had been set up to examine the proposal. Frightened that the unification decree would establish firmly Igbo control all over the country, the peoples of the North in May 1966 rose up against Igbo inhabitants in the northern Nigeria, in the northern region. This first of a series of spontaneous massacres of Igbos was the last straw, which persuaded a number of Igbo leaders that their dream of Igbo domination was beyond achievement. That the size of Nigeria was a factor of loyalty to the tribe rather than to one Nigeria, and that those were strong among the large ethnic groups in the country. That justly or unjustly, anti-Igbo feelings had risen very high in the rest of Nigeria. In the words of the academicians, themselves all the time tribalists, who drew up the argument for secession as early as May 1966. This is what they said. We read it yesterday. Since the last event, unification decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the action group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the effort of the military regime to forge national unity. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders, who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria, and all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the wars of the First Republic. That's what the Igbo intellectuals said. We're going to read more books, but what you're going to discover at the end of the day is that Igbo military officers, Igbo politicians, Igbo intellectuals, Igbo civil servants, Igbo commoners had one thing in common. The idea of unitary system or unitary decree, they favored it, and the military regime, they also favored it, and they even made a case for Ironsi. And they were happy when it was unifying, everything was unifying. Now, in the book, just before, painted a beautiful picture of what the scene would have looked like. So we're going to read that book now, and it's like drama, so you can imagine it. And then when we're done with it, we'll now go to Beckon to Serve to understand exactly what really happened. Then we'll try and break down the decrees from 1 to 34. Not everything, right? We're just going to look at what's cogent in each of the decrees and why all of those things led to what happened in May. Also, if you've noticed, both Anthony Nauro and E.I. Odele have said that what actually led to the massacres of May 29, 1966 was actually the decrees and the actions of Igbos in the north. That has to be drummed into people's minds and ears. The Igbos the Northerners did not kill Igbos because they killed Sardauna or because they had the first coup. The payback for that one was in July. The one you got in May was what happened between January and May. And today we're going to get into that as well. So before we go into all of those things, let's get into Colonel Omotosho's book, Just Before Dawn. One second, please. What's that? Found it. So this is Just Before Dawn by Colonel Omotosho. I think I should create a bridge between what we read and what we're about to read. And we've talked about it several times, the coup that happened on the 15th and the drama that happened on the 16th. I don't want to go into all of those things, but that's on today's topic. So this topic is the decree, but I want to just create a short background for it. There was a little drama on the 16th of January. On the 15th, actually, on Saturday, lots of drama. Then Sunday, they finished the drama. Monday, they arrested Victor Banjo. So a lot of things happened. So I'm just going to mention some of those things. So what we know now is that there was a coup, and then some things happened. Some of the things that happened we'll read here, and then we'll go on to how Ironsi started talking his own thing. So let's get into this. Dr. Nwafo Orizu was the acting president of the country. When by the end of the day on Saturday, 15th January, there was no news as to the whereabouts of the Prime Minister, Orizu asked the ministers or what was left of the cabinet to choose an acting Prime Minister. So we talked about this before, and actually it was they who brought a person to become the Prime Minister after having reached out to the British. And the best books to read on that event would be Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari and Sarah Chadakinjide's interview. How they brought Bukar Charima, and then the Igbos preferred to have Ozumba Mbadi. By 16th of January on a Sunday, Ironsi calls the cabinet members, together, and one second, I want to find you something here. He called them together, and the old building was surrounded by soldiers, and then he made this statement. Gentlemen, if I am to restore law and order, you will have to hand over the government over to me. The Attorney General looked alarmed, realizing that this was what was called a fait accompli. It will be only for a short time, Ironsi assured the gathering, until we can sort out the constitutional system of the country. Details, we've talked about it before, but let's continue. Essentially, he twisted them, threatened them, and got the power. Got the power. An expression of paradoxical relief found itself on the faces of the Northerners. At least now they could go home. At 11:50 p.m. that Sunday night, the acting president of the country, Dr. Nwafor Rizo, told the whole country that he had been advised by the Council of Ministers. They did not advise him to do it. But he said he had been advised by the Council of Ministers that they had unanimously agreed to hand over the government of the country to the armed forces because of the present circumstances. Before he made his speech, the Attorney General had advised him to appoint an acting Prime Minister for the time being. He had said it would never work. There has been a coup d'etat. We cannot pretend that the army does not want to rule the country. Who said that? Nwafor Rizo. As soon as the acting president had broadcast his message, there was a roll of drums, and the Supreme Commander of the Nigerian Army, Major General J.T.U. Aguiyi-Ironsi, assumed the dual office of head of the Federal Military Government and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. He announced the suspension of the Constitution as well as the offices of President and Prime Minister. There was really no need to plan for the taking over of the government in Benin and Enugu, since these were not seen as targets by the coup makers. Although the coup makers were not taking power from Kaduna to Enugu, they were definitely bent on taking power from Kaduna and ridding themselves of the allies of Kaduna in Ibadan. These were the targets they had. Power must be wrested from the hands of the NPC if the country was ever to make any headway in the modern world. If those who were supposed to modernize the country look back from their inspiration rather than looking forward to a westernized future, they must be taken out of the seat of power and replaced. But the plans of the coup makers were bedeviled by the problem of arms. Nwobosi was in the Abeokuta garrison, where there was no armory as yet. Approached Brigadier Malari, advised Emmanuel Fajina when Nwobosi came to see him in Lagos. Tell him that you need to have some form of artillery at Abeokuta and see what he has to say. When Captain Nwobosi approached Brigadier Malari, by the way, this story is going back and forth. Okay, so this happened before the coup, apparently. Why? Because they killed Malari during the coup, When Captain Nwobosi approached Brigadier Malari, the brigadier was delighted to help. Now you are going to be real soldiers instead of mere academics in uniform. The brigadier then made arrangements for some form of armory to be created at Abeokuta so that the soldiers, most of whom were services arms of the armed forces, could find material with which to practice. Major Bieno was in charge of the armory, and he was to move over to Lagos from Abeokuta with arms on the day of the coup. I'll explain. He never showed up, and the whole plan fizzled out, and then Rossi picked up the pieces to form the first military government in the country. What are they saying here? Very quickly. What they're saying here is that originally there were no arms and ammunition in Abeokuta. They were in Lagos. And Ifajina had somehow found a way to reach Malari through Nwobosi, and so they got some weapons there for them to be practicing. And the person in charge was John Obieno, who people will tell you in some books, you see that Obieno was one of the people that quelled the coup and stopped everybody. No, it's not really true. Why? Because Obieno, just like Nwobosi, just like Bengbuli, just like Onwotego, were all told, right, that there was going to be a coup and they were going to be involved in it, and they were waiting for marching orders. And so he was supposed to help with the transport and also was one that also eventually gave the access to arms and ammunition to Nwobosi. But it did not go to Lagos as it was supposed to go, and then it turned around and said it was he changed his mind. Just rubbish. Beautiful Flower, good evening, good to see you. Let's go on. In spite of the fact that Ironsi was the head of state and commander of the armed forces, Ojukwu was the most important military officer after the coup d'etat of January 1966. He knew of the possibility of a coup, but he was not part of it for two or more reasons. He was part of the Zik plan during the constitutional crisis of December 1964, and so the majors did not wish to meet with him. Actually, they met with him. If you read Adewale Ademoyega's book, they met with him, but he was neither here nor there. And then when the thing, boiled over, he chose Ironsi's side and found a way to get Nzogu to surrender. We're going to move very fast because I want us to get to what we're really here to discuss. He went to stay in the north. He said he should not stay in the north. That's not what I want to talk about. 1 second. Lieutenant Colonel Odumegu Ojukwu wanted to stay in the north. Let me just finish that thought. Wanted to stay in the north because it was in Kano anyway. Wanted to remain in the north. Ironsi said he should not stay in the north because of what had happened, and he was moved to the east. And then Hassan Katsina was the governor of Northern Region. Let's go on from there. Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu dominated the meetings of the Supreme Military Council with his speeches. They were rehearsed, they were informed, and they amused his colleagues to no end. He seemed to say enough for all of them, to the extent that once he had spoken, nobody bothered to say anymore. He had a psychological advantage over everyone else. In a society that respected book knowledge, or at least the certification that goes with it, Ojukwu had been to Oxford. And if it was money that would command respect, his father was a millionaire knighted by the monarch of England at the suggestion of his friend and confidant, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Whenever he cared to open his mouth on whatever topic, others listened. And since it was every time and on every subject that Ojukwu gave his views, they listened to him a lot. His delivery was measured and graded according to the effect he wanted to make. Much of the play on words was lost on them, but the seriousness of the subject did not escape their attention. There were two important issues on the agenda of the Supreme Military Council that morning when the council gathered in Lagos. These were the issue of the invitation of civilians to participate with the military in the governance of the country and the consideration of a decree to unify the administration of the country, do away with the regions and outlaw tribal societies. I'm going to go back in it and read slowly because we're already here. There were two important issues on the agenda of the Supreme Military Council that morning when the council gathered in Lagos. These were the issue of the invitation of civilians to participate with the military in the governance of the country and the consideration of a decree to unify the administration of the country, do away with the regions, and outlaw tribal societies and such other cults that had done havoc to the emergence of the nation state of Nigeria. So even this meeting that they're having in 1966, they had a plan to abolish the regions. They succeeded eventually, but we want to see the drama, how it played out. The meeting began at 10 a.m. in the cabinet building. The civil service auxiliaries got there before the military leaders and took their places on the sides of the long table where the leaders sat. They were in their various tailored suits, some smart and modern, others more like the elongated wings of penguins, reaching to their heels and hugging their shoulders. Many others were in flowing agbada. A few minutes before 10, the military leaders came in, all dressed in their uniforms. Major General Ẹkáàbọ sat at one end of the table, while Commodore Way, in deference to his age, sat at one end of the table. He seemed to have carved out a role for himself in the government of the military by being the light-hearted voice that would reduce the heavy burden of rulership, and so he would take every opportunity to make a joke of an issue. Ojukwu sat on the right hand of Way, while Brigadier Ogundipe sat on his left-hand side. On the right of Ironsi was Hassan Katsina, and on his left was George Kurubo. Okay. Adekunle Fajui sat between Hassan Katsina and Ogundipe, while David Ejo sat next to Ojukwu. Gowon was between Kurubo and Ejo. They shuffled the papers before them, and Major General Ẹkáàbọ opened the meeting simply. The issues are in front of you. Who will speak to them? For some time, no one offered to speak, so Ojukwu began to speak, slowly at first, then quickly but not loudly, piling one argument over another. There was silence in the chamber. We do not need civilians in this government. The civilians led this country to the brink of madness and ruin. They were corrupt and incorrigible, and they betrayed the country. Then came the military. Never mind how they got into power. All over the country there was jubilation, there was happiness, there was a new hope. All over the country there was jubilation, there was happiness, there was a new hope and a new dawn. The army became the beacon of hope for a potentially great but politically betrayed country. We as soldiers have been given the duty to correct the wrongs in this society. By whom? Asked Hassan Katsina, coughing at the same time. Ojukwu always ignored interruptions as long as he could not find a fitting, short and sharp statement to put the interruptee in its place. He looked across from his notes to Hassan Katsina and, not finding words for his contempt, continued his speech. Hassan Katsina and Yakubu Gowon recognized that they could not completely determine the full implication of any of the political decisions they were helping to take. Always, they would need to consult people such as Sir Kashim Ibrahim about any decisions taken in this council. Adekunle Fajri and Brigadier Ogundipe were out of their depth in these political times and followed every item of the discussion of the council with interest and curiosity. Brigadier Ogundipe had a staff appointment, and so he did not have much to do with civilians. Adekunle Fajri had to steer as cleverly as possible between the warring political groups in the western region, make friends with people outside of the group of politicians, and see what good he could do for the religion, or for the region, I think he meant to write. That was why he listened to Ojukwu. He looked forward to his meeting with the young playwright, Wole Soyinka, later that day when he got back to Ibadan. As for Commodore Way, he seemed to have decided that his role was to placate these hot-blooded young military officers. He considered that he had no constituency as such, the way the others had. George Kurubo and David Ejo came from what would have been termed minority areas. And as far as they were concerned, the problems of the country had been caused and aggravated by the contention of the three main ethnic groups for the control of political power in the center. I want to rush to the part where they start talking about those deals. One second, please. I want to jump to where they talked about unification decree. What book am I reading from? I'm reading Just Before Dawn by Kole Motosho. Can you join conversation? That'll be much later. Let's continue. Let's read this. Let's just read the drama as we get it. We'll eventually get into the unification decree. I'm trying to do this because we'll get into some serious academic stuff, but let's do the one that looks like a drama first. The aim of the civilians and the aim of the military are not the same. True, soldiers were not trained to rule, but when the military has had to intervene in politics, their purpose has always been clear: to provide time for moral ideas to take root. I have gone through this before. Anyway, an army-civilian government would not work. We'll give the others, Brigadier Ogundipe said. You're not trained to govern, but to protect the nation, sir. And these politicians are dissemblers, countered Ojukwu. But as civilians always politicians, asked Adekunle Fajri, thinking of his new friend Wole Soyinka, if they are not politicians, what do they have over you that you wish to give them credit for? What you would not give yourselves? Ojukwu asked, rather disappointed that it was Fajri who was asking him that question. So how are we going to fulfill these wonderful sacred duties when we are not trained to rule and we will not use people trained in politics? Asked Hassan Katsina. By having a clear objective, a correct objective of what we want to do, and then going on to do it. Have you ever heard of the military dictators of Latin America? Asked Commodore Way, smiling mischievously like a little boy who had discovered that the emperor had no clothes. Of course, sir, replied Ojukwu. Those are power-corrupting holders of absolute power. Who is to check you? Asked Gowon. I mean, any of us becoming like them. Gentlemen, can we discuss this issue first? If you want me to produce a manual of military power in these times, I can do that later. Spare us, shouted Katsina. What about civil servants? George Kurubo contributed. They remain as the instruments of carrying out orders. There was silence. Well, the head of state said, any more contributions? Nobody said anything. So no civilian in the Federal Executive Council then? Agreed. It was the head of state who presented the next item, the unification decree. This decree will provide us with a unified command conducive to military administrative arrangement, as we are used to. Another advantage of this unification decree is that we can then imaginatively, I'll take that again slowly. This is where we are going. It will provide us with a unified command conducive to a military administrative arrangement, as we are used to. Another advantage of this unification decree is that we can then imaginatively deploy and distribute the nation's talent and expertise in the same way as material and financial resources are being deployed and distributed for the common good of the country. I am not sure of that analogy, interrupted Hassan Katsina. Major General Ẹkáàbọ looked at Ojukwu and then at Hassan Katsina. Ojukwu winked at the head of state as if to say, I'll deal with him. Hassan Katsina continues his interruption. Such deployment of people, once carried out, cannot be exhausted, unlike material and will simply make it impossible for the deployment of the local talents when they are ready to be deployed, especially in the north. What is he saying here? At this point, I have to pause and explain. Ironsi is saying here that they're going to come up with this unity decree, and one of the advantages, according to him, of the decree will be the deployment of resources, including human resources, in different parts of the country. We're going to deploy material resources, financial resources, you can also deploy human resources. Now, if you really understand what he's saying, he's talking about deploying Igbo resources. The human is Igbo, and you understand when we get to the book by Shehu Shagari. You so understand that when people talk about Igbo, it's not because they are trying to be tribalistic, it's because this is exactly what happened. He said they were going to be deploying human, so it can easily move people from the east to the north again and again, so that the local folks in the north do not have the spaces, any space to fill, because they've been filled with several people being quote unquote deployed from other parts of Nigeria. So that was his own argument, and again it makes sense because it was the regional governor of the north. Let's go on. It says here, such deployment of people once carried out cannot be exhausted. Unlike material and financial resources, those so deployed will simply make it impossible for the deployment of local talents when they are ready to be deployed, especially in the north. May I say, sir, caught in Ojukwu, that the details of this decree may be decided later. I think what the head of state wants to present are the principles of the decree in the first place. If we accept the principle of the thing, then we can debate the details later. May I suggest that the head of state be allowed to finish his statement before we interrupt him, continued Commodore Way. The final reason for this unification decree is that by the development of the administrative, technical, and other personnel from one section of the country to the other, did I say development? Yes. Okay. I think it was supposed to be deployment, but I wrote development, by the way. Let me just read again. The final reason for this unification is that by the deployment of the administrative, technical, and other personnel from one section of the country to the other, mutual understanding would have been enhanced and a real sense and feeling of interdependence fostered among the different peoples of the land. What does that mean? Unity. That's the exact thing the lecturers from the East were saying in 1966. That what Ironsi was doing was going to forge national unity. Whenever people have conversations in the Nigerian political landscape and they use that word unity, beware. For the most part, the person talking is a very, very selfish and greedy person. Unity will sound like unity in diversity, sounds nice. What it's saying basically is to deploy people from a place where there's little resources into places where you have more opportunities, and you can't say it's wrong because that will make you a tribalist. Are you not united? So he says the final reason for the unification decree is that by the deployment of the administrative, technical, and other personnel from one section of the country to the other, mutual understanding would have been enhanced and a real sense and feeling of interdependence fostered among the different peoples of this land. We must become one by force. On the contrary, interrupted Hassan Katina, again on the contrary, such deployment will lead to confrontation. I remember my father telling me once of the reaction of one of the emirs to the suggestion from a British officer that southern district officers be posted to the north. The emir said something like, "We do not wish those who did not conquer us to rule over us." That was in the colonial period, countered Ojukwu. That feeling has not changed, whatever you may think, countered Hassan Katina. I'm going to stop there for now, and I'll go to the book by Shehu Shagari. This is what we just read is Just Before Dawn by Kole Omotosho. Now we're going to Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. A number of key military and political appointments were retained his post of Chief of Staff, Supreme Headquarters, while Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon was made Chief of Army Staff. Commodore J.E.A. Way commanded the Navy, while Lieutenant Colonel Kurubo led the Air Force. In the regions, Lieutenant Colonels Francis Adekunle Fajuyi, David Okpode Ejo, and Chukwemeka Odumegojuku were made military governors for the West, Midwest, and East, respectively, and Major Hassan Usman Katsina later promoted to Lieutenant Colonel for the North. All the appointments broadly reflected the configuration of ethnic and sectional groups in the country. But the ethnic composition of the mutineers and the selective nature of their murders were soon perceived as ethnically motivated. Of the 8 core conspirators, 7 were Igbo, while the remaining 1 was Yoruba. Save Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Onegbe, a Midwestern Igbo, of the East and Midwest military officer or politician, was eliminated. In fact, the eastern and midwestern capitals of Enugu and Benin City, respectively, were virtually untouched by the revolt. The fact that Ironsi was also an Igbo only served to reinforce the suspicions that he was sympathetic to the mutineers. The view was patently dubious, but it was nevertheless widely shared, particularly among Northerners, who pointed to the disproportionate loss of their most prominent political and military figures vis-a-vis other regions. It was thus easy for some people to read ethnic bias into the actions of the new regime, to suspect that Easterners, particularly the Igbo, were battening upon others. Regrettably, Ironsi himself did not help matters by surrounding himself with a battery of predominantly Igbo advisors, who formed themselves into not only a think tank, but a sort of kitchen cabinet as well. In 1965, his would-be British predecessor opposed his appointment as GOC, but was overruled by Sir Abubakar, much also to the disapproval of some leading NPC figures. I think I talked about this the other day when we were reading the British Archives document. The first choice for Webi Everard in terms of successor was Ogundipe. The second choice was Ademulegun. And interesting, I was reading earlier today, the first 4 was the number 1 officer, if I can use that word, in the Nigerian army was actually not Ironsi, it was Basi. I said in Akwa Ibom, there's a place in Akwa Ibom they call Wellington Basi, who was named for him, after him. He's from Cross River. So it was Wellington Basi. Ironsi was number 2. Then you had Ademulegun, you had Ogundipe and Malari. Okay, but the Sardauna actually wanted Ademulegun, and that was because the GOC also wanted Ademulegun anyway. But Bebrad also wanted Ademulegun. Sorry, Ogundipe then Ademulegun. Ogundipe was away eventually at the time of the coup anyway. But here, the point that they're trying to make here is that if nobody say waiting happen, nobody will even be the one where they lead. But he had one thing that the others did not have. It was a major, and he became major because a major general because he had gone to Congo, and that was when he got that. Should I call it promotion? So let's continue reading here. Just want to add that bit to the reading. It says in 1965, his would-be British predecessor, Major General Webi Everard, opposed his appointment as GOC but was overruled by Sir Abubakar, much also to the disapproval of some leading NPC figures, including the Sardauna. Ironsi was, however, a courageous, if somewhat elusive soldier whose commitment to the military professional ethos seemed both strong and genuine. He was very much beholden to his advisors and unable or unwilling to descend the treacherous path which they wanted him to tread. These were clever men intent on fishing in troubled waters. On 21 February 1966, Ironsi elaborated on his regime's intentions in a major policy speech. Public affairs were to be conducted from the center to ensure control over, quote-unquote, all major areas of national activities and to plot a uniform pattern of development for the whole country. The first person who thought that Nigeria should not develop that different regions in Nigeria should not develop at their own pace. The first person who said it and made it law was Ironsi. Let me say something I've said before, but I think it's important to say here. what the Northerners have done in Nigeria, it's really with power. It's been terrible. But here's the thing. They were students of a bigger group, or of a more, not bigger, just more vicious group. So when they learned the lesson, they can't know the work past the Oga. And the reason I'm saying this is not because the North doesn't do anything wrong. It's because we don't understand where it's coming from. So you hear people saying things like, oh, what's that thing we say? Quota candidates, quota this, quota that. And then we say, oh, somebody's holding us back and all of us cannot do what we're supposed to do. Let us go back to Kinikon system. This was how they destroyed the original system. Does that mean that we should be blaming Ironsi for doing it? No. But we should not allow people to change Nigeria's history because it doesn't make them feel comfortable. Ironsi abolished the original system because as far as it's concerned, or as far as it was concerned, it was trying to create a thing where everybody would develop at the same pace, which makes absolute no sense. It makes no sense at all. But I don't blame him, Sha, because by the way, this was the first time in the history of certain folks that were getting involved in politics at a very high level. But let's continue reading. All major now, on 21 February 1966, Ironsi elaborated on his regime's intentions in a major policy speech. Public affairs were to be conducted from the center to ensure control over all major areas of national activities and to plot a uniform pattern of development for the whole country. Though there would be no room for sectional and ethnic concerns. We are one Nigeria. The infamous politics of civilian politicians. If all this sounded vaguely agreeable, Northern elite saw it as a mere ploy to foster Igbo dominance. That's the word again. That's the phrase again. We've read 4 books, and I assure you, that phrase is present in all 4 books. I read it in 3. It was in the other page of the 3rd book I read. What's in the book? Okay, let's go on. If all this sounded vaguely agreeable, Northern elites saw it as a mere ploy to foster Igbo dominance and control over state power, resources, jobs, and patronage. Isolated from the hub of state power, they were inclined to see the consequences of such deprivation as all too frightening. Their fears were also widely shared by other non-Igbo elites, particularly within official circles, where they now developed weak channels of political communication and control among the soldiers, police, and civil servants, who mainly composed the regime. And to the latter was added the insulation of the regime from outside political demands, made worse by the regime's own assumptions. People were prone to believe the worst, especially given the sorts of rumors that were emanating from military, police, and civil service circles. Such confidence-building measures as were undertaken were feeble and limited, and at any rate, undermined by the particularly defective channels of communication between the center and the regions. Politics, political parties, and politicians were attacked by the regime, often to the cheers of a sectional and self-righteous media and even some intellectuals. We read about those intellectuals earlier, Abi. Parties and politicians themselves were harassed to refrain from activity, while trade unions and ethnic associations were warned to keep out of politics. Now I want to get to the many decrees that Ironsi passed. Let's start with decree number 1. So I'm reading different books just to put things together. So here's the very first decree that Ironsi promulgated. So I'll be going from one book to the other. Just stay with me. Right now, I want to read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. So it says here, Constitution was retroactive to 17 January. It was not signed by Ironsi till 4th March. In lay terms, it legalized the policies adumbrated in the General's first broadcast. Ironically, it was in Kaduna, the super emirate bastion of the Kiniko. The point is that we're going through the decrees. So first, we have decree number 1, which was signed on the 4th of March, but was retroactive to 17th January. So that means that they suspended everything that had to do with the government the way it was at the time, very quickly. Like I said, we're not talking about all the decrees, we're just talking about some of them here and there. That decree formally suspended the part of the 1963 Constitution relating to the offices of the President, Prime Minister, and Parliament. It vested executive authority in the head of the federal military government, giving him the power to make laws through decrees. I want to call your attention to a particular word here. I think it's going to help us appreciate what we did on Wednesday, decree number 8. Just pay attention, please. Decree number 1 vested executive authority in the head of the federal military government, giving him the power to make laws through decrees. In other words, it was the supreme commander, so he gave him the power to make laws. This is different from decree number 8, where Gowon was saying that the power to make laws, the executive powers and also the legislative powers will not be residing in him, but in the SMC, Supreme Military Council, where all the regional governors would have veto and they could say no to whatever I had to say. 2 of them have to agree on any matter for it to be a decree. It's different from decree number 1 of Ironsi. So when you think about it, decree number 8 of March 17, 1967 actually gave you something even better than what the 1963 Constitution gave you before Ironsi came around in 66. Ojukwusi rejected decree number 8, by the way, but let's continue. Decree number 33 outlawed, this one was promulgated in May. Decree number 33 outlawed 81 political parties and groups, along with 26 of the most prominent ethnic associations on the whole. I'll take that again. In May 1966, decree number 33 outlawed 81 political parties and groups, along with 26 of the most prominent ethnic associations. On the whole, though, only few politicians were detained, the most noticeable being 15 erstwhile NNDP grandees in the Western region. Similarly, few politicians along with some officials in the Eastern, Midwestern, and Western regions were prosecuted for offenses like official corruption, stealing, fraud, or conspiracy. But the overall approach was tardy and piecemeal. In the North, probes into the affairs of the Northern Nigeria Development Corporation, Northern Nigeria Marketing Board, and the Northern Nigeria Housing Corporation were instituted in mid-February 1966. Here again, the government differed over proceeding against individuals. Here again, the government differed over proceeding against individuals indicted by the inquiries, perhaps to avoid worsening the mounting discontent in the region. We're going to jump to the next paragraph. Don't worry, we'll tie everything together. We're just reading. We're reading a lot of books. We're going to tie everything together eventually. The federal government eventually followed in June. It set up tribunals to investigate the Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, the Nigerian Railway Corporation, and the Lagos City Council, and passed a comprehensive decree enabling it to probe and recover any assets that had been improperly acquired in public office. Give me a second. I want to see what's important and what we can. Everything is important, but what we can do without for tonight. Okay. Part of the regime's reform efforts was directed at several avenues of political patronage, control, and influence, but the bulk of the measures centered on structural reforms, but on changes. I'll tell that again. But the bulk of the measures centered not on structural reforms, but on changes of personnel, as in the removal of all political appointees from the boards of federal and regional government parastatals and from university councils. In the East, Midwest, and the West, local government councils and management committees were replaced with sole administrators. And in the West, where the changes were more extensive, alterations were also made in the grading and judicial competence of its customary court system. Unlike in the South, the emphasis of the reforms in the North was structural. Accordingly, the changes were more profound because they struck at the core of local power, control, and influence, which the traditional and modern Northern power elite greatly depended. Remember this when we get to what happened in May. We're trying to build up to May 29. And what led to what happened on May 29th actually has to do with the decrees that Ironsi was promulgating. The reforms first outlined in February 1966 brought about the integration of the national. I'll take that slowly. The reforms first outlined in February 1966 brought about the integration of the Native Authority Police, courts and prisons with the Nigerian Police Force, the judiciary and the Federal Prison Service respectively. These were in addition to the corrective measures which swept aside the erstwhile Native Authority Councils and management committees together with their personnel. Along with all this, the regime assumed draconian powers like several state security, detention of persons decrees, and the suppression of disorder decree number 4 of 1966. Such decrees provided for individuals to be detained without trial, to be tried by military tribunals, to face long jail sentences, or even the death penalty for public order offences, and for the government to declare martial law in areas threatened by disorder. Although martial law was not proclaimed in any area and the regime was hesitant to clamp ruthlessly on its opponents, the decrees, like some of the regime's corrective measures, nevertheless induced a climate of fear and uncertainties. Politically, they increasingly rid the regime of the apparent veneer of legitimacy which greeted its advent. In other words, when this first started, people were okay with the fact that there was change, but the decrees started making them feel like there's something was up, and something was really up. So he's saying that the decrees made people start getting very afraid. It was inducing a climate of fear and uncertainties, and also increasingly it rid the regime of the apparent veneer of legitimacy which greeted its advent. So people didn't really consider it to be legitimate any longer. We're going to jump now to page 126 if you have the book. So, like I said, we're not going to read all the decrees. So we talk about decree 1, decree 33, decree 4. We're going to round everything up with decree 34. Throughout this period, or throughout the Ironsi period, I should buy you the book. You can buy the book on, no, we don't even have it now, but we have other books on, Redomi books on Telegram. This one is no longer available, but let's continue. Throughout the Ironsi period, I was alternatively... Hey, let me drink water, I beg. This English, Throughout the Ironsi period, I was alternatively living in Shagari village, tending my farm, and in Sokoto as a Native Authority Councillor without portfolio, a post I had attained while on leave without pay. I was also on the consultative committee of the Northern Leaders of Thought, an informal grouping of civilians nominated by the military regime for advisory purposes. This apart, I had no other direct or indirect contact with government, neither did I seek to establish any. My first meeting with the military authorities was on 7th March 1966. After Lieutenant Colonel Asanka Katsina, the Northern Military Governor, invited some leaders of the banned NPC to Kaduna over the issue of NPC funds. Governor Asanka Katsina said he had received presentation or representation from some former NPC legislators that they could not repay the loans which they owed to and were being demanded by the government. Accordingly, they suggested that part of NPC funds should be used to offset the debts since the funds had not yet been frozen. Lieutenant Colonel Asanka Katsina thought it was a good idea and demanded to know the balance of the party's funds. Alhaji Aliyu Makamambida, who was the NPC treasurer, promised to furnish the governor with the balance sheets of the party's accounts, as he alone among us possessed the information. He, however, pointed out with characteristic candor that it would be wrong in principle to see any NPC money to use any NPC money to offset the former legislators' debts. Where were we going? In the meantime, another issue had cropped up. On my return to Sokoto, Major General Ironsi invited the Sultan, Sam Abubakar III, to Lagos for consultation. The Sultan consulted his traditional cabinet. We reasoned that acceptance of the invitation might be misconstrued as a tacit support for Ironsi's increasingly disagreeable conduct of public affairs. Accordingly, we advise the Sultan to convey an explanation disobliging the request. Sorry, guys. You know, from time to time we have retards show up. I just muted one of them. Let's go on. In the meantime, another issue had cropped up on my return to Sokoto. Major General Ẹkáàbọ invited the Sultan, Sir Abubakar III, to Lagos for consultation. The Sultan consulted his traditional cabinet. We reasoned that acceptance of the invitation might be misconstrued as a tacit support for Ẹkáàbọ's increasingly disagreeable conduct of public affairs. Accordingly, we advised the Sultan to convey an explanation disobliging the request. A man of wide sympathies, the Sultan rejected our conclusion, recalling that he had once visited Lagos, February 1945, at the instance of Sir Arthur Richards, the British colonial governor. So he was even more inclined to accept the same invitation from a Nigerian head of state. It was a day-long visit on 12 March 1966, during which the Sultan delivered a reassuring message or reassuring speech to troops, many of them Northerners. Major General Ẹkáàbọ was happy to have the Sultan in Lagos, for he was trying to stem the gathering tide of northern discontent. But Ẹkáàbọ's task was not helped by the behavior of Igbo residents in the north. Since his assuming power, many of them had been loudly proclaiming the regime to be theirs and even making a virtue of the January coup killings. This attitude quickly spread from offices and public institutions to places like model terminals and markets. Some Igbo shopkeepers even took to displaying large-sized photographs which depicted Major Nzogu standing beside the body of the slain Sir Ahmadu Bello, the former Northern Premier. Igbo people would draw the attention of the Northerners to the photographs and say of Nzogu, Shina Maganinku. In Hausa, he is the one who can knock sense into you. Some Igbo also took to public playing of a gramophone record called Machine Gun, whose celebratory lyrics of the January killings were interspersed with the sound of gunshots. Such unwarranted provocations naturally exacerbated the unease between Northerners and the Igbo. The pulse of Northern grassroots disquiet was reflected in the vernacular press. On 28 March 1966, Gaskia Tafikwabo ran a trenchant editorial calling for the insolent behavior of the Igbo residing in the north to be curbed. Meanwhile, Ẹkáàbọ seemed intent on pursuing his declared goal of establishing a unitary state. 3 national study groups were set up in mid-March to deliberate on matters regarding national unity. Guys, you know, that phrase, should I call it PTSD? Whenever I say unity, national unity, I know it's not a lie. But let's continue. I'd like national unity, it's just that Nigeria is not that nation. People should, and then we cannot talk about the one for the country. But no, they will not have unity at all. They will be shouting national unity. Anyway, let's read. Meanwhile, Ẹkáàbọ seemed intent on pursuing his declared goal of establishing a unitary state. 3 national study groups were set up in mid-March to deliberate on matters regarding national unity, a proposed constitution, and the development of a national economy. So there are 3 study groups set up. Ẹkáàbọ also appointed one of his Igbo intimates, Mr. Francis C. Nwokedi, to report as a one-man commission of inquiry on the formation of an administrative machinery for a united Nigeria and the unification of 5 public services and judicial services. The appointment raised some hackles given the committee's sole membership and its tendentious terms of reference, which excluded federalism. All the more so because the matter centered on regional autonomy and control over state decisions, jobs, patronage, and the instrument of judicial power. Although one non-Igbo person was later asked to join Nwokedi, the damage had been done. The few Northerners on the various study groups also felt they were being manipulated. Please, if you're on TikTok, power tap. This is showing inactivity. Please power tap on TikTok. Thank you very much. Let's try and get this 100K. hope you're enjoying the reading. Please, I'll continue reading, but please part up. Yeah? Thank you. Where were we? So he has mentioned, the reason I'm just reading and not stopping is because I've explained many of these things before. We are going somewhere, so we're just going. That's why I'm not stopping to explain anything, because we've done, for instance, you remember we've dealt with that Chine Maganinku thing several times. We even played the May of 1966. Ewu Nabakwa by Rex Lawson, Machine Gun by Celestine Uku. And they taunted Northerners with those songs, right? And they also claimed the regime to be theirs. Okay? And we've seen that in the last 1 hour. We've seen that in a number of books. But if you are looking for other sources, again, what now is Chemka Green, it's in Tragedy of Victory by Gordon Labi Sama, it's in The Origin of the Nigerian Civil War by Nnamdi Azikiwe. Everybody talks about this thing. Even Adewale Ademoyega mentioned it, how Igbos and NCNC dominated Ironsi's cabinet and policies. But I don't want to stay on that because we're going to May 29. So let's keep going. The few Northerners on the very manipulated, while Northern civil servants in general became increasingly edgy over the trend of affairs. Their fears that the regime had irreversibly committed itself to unitary government, regardless of whatever the various commissions recommended, were confirmed by Major General Ironsi's budget broadcast of 31st March. And this is what he said. He boldly asserted, "I am convinced that the bulk of our people want a united Nigeria, and that they want in future one government and not a multitude of governments." How else does a person prepare you for abolishing the regional system if not by saying this in March? That Nigerians would want a united Nigeria. I've said this several times. I don't like it. I almost said I don't like when I hear folks from the East say they want a united Nigeria, because I've read Azikiwe say it, I've read Ironsi say it, I've read Ojukwu say it, and the three of them are not individuals. They are representative of a culture. They are representatives of a culture. And so I don't believe in that kind of unity. Just to put it out there, I don't believe in the unity that erases who I am. It's not unity, it's uniformity. What you want is everybody forget what makes you unique and let's build something new. The only group that will say that is a group that has nothing unique about them that's actually of worth. If you have anything in your history or in your culture that is of value, you wouldn't want to jettison it in order to just create something new with people that are just emerging. So to think of a unitary system, by the way, it is not an Ironsi project. It was, again, I'm not trying to insult anything. It was an Igbo project. You know what? Let me read something to you. I'm coming back to this book in a bit. Let me read something to you from Adewale Ademoyega, because I know people would think sometimes like, why are you? I'm not fighting any ethnic group. It's just that I don't like to be gaslighted. Like, people just go around talking rubbish. Where is that thing? Let me find it for you. This is Adewale Ademoyega, why we struck. Listen to him more. Another important point was that we removed the politicians because we were convinced. These were the revolutionaries, right? We removed the politicians because we were convinced that they were evil. We did not favor any side. Actually, they did. He just didn't know because they were using him. That's what you do to Yoruba, but it is what it is. They were willing tools. He was a willing tool, just like many of them on Twitter and TikTok and in Nigeria today, shouting, "Hey, one Nigeria." I believe in one Nigeria, by the way. We're a properly structured country, not forced unity. Let's get back to this. Adewale Ademoyega. Another important point was that we removed the politicians because we were convinced that they were evil. We did not favor any side. You did. We did not seek to wear the garb of any political party. This we knew for sure. Ironsi, on the other hand, surrounded himself with a particular tribe and chose the political policies of a particular party. That tribe was the Igbo and the party was the NCNC. He could not see that this kind of situation called for the balancing of ideas, principles, and personalities. Again, the advice I always give when I read this book: if you are Igbo, don't recommend this book to anybody. They recommended this book since 1981 when it was published. I think it was published in 81. Was it 81? Yes. Since 81, they've been recommending the book. They've never read it. If you read it, you will never recommend it because it doesn't make you look good. But the point I'm trying to make is that even from this book, you see what they're saying here. The policies that Ironsi was pushing, they were not just some that he came up with, right? This was a plan, Igbo 20-year plan for Nigeria. It's a three-part video on my YouTube channel, Busuri Oris. There was a plan to perpetually rule Nigeria, okay? And by 1951, the idea was to have a unitary system in this country. And although Azikiwe had talked about having a federal system in 1943 with his book that he published, and he called it The Political Blueprint for Nigeria, by 1951 he had changed his mind. By the way, Azikiwe vacillated more than any politician in Nigerian history as far as the top level guys were concerned. Azikiwe was the most unstable. You couldn't hold him to anything. He will say this today, tomorrow will change. That's why we respect him and thank God for the 500 naira notes. But all this father of the nation is a lie. With all due respect, there was no, it wasn't constant, right? It always vacillated, right? So one day you are this, then the other day you are this. So it was federal, then it went to unitary, then went back to federal. But the ideology that he kept pushing was eventually passed 15 years after they started talking about it in Nigeria in 1951. By 1966, Ironsi was pushing an ideology that was introduced by the NCNC guy. Same as Obi of today. Yes, when Obi said a new Nigeria is possible, sincerely, every time I hear the word new Nigeria, you know what I think about? New Africa. Zik had New Africa. I don't know why everything looks like deja vu. Zik had New Africa when he returned in 1937, was talking everywhere about New Africa, New Africa, New Africa is possible. Well, he didn't use possible, but was talking about New Africa, Renaissance Africa, where all of us will have no tribes and ethnic identities. All of us will be one Africa. That was in 1937. Actually published the book in 1934. The book is titled Renaissance Africa. And then I started talking about it in 1937 until he wanted to destroy Nigeria with his terrible idea. Chief Adelo Dutola said something quite interesting. He said that he should take the New Africa back to America where he brought it, because until that thing is out of Nigeria's political discourse, there will be no harmony in the country. And he was right. That same mindset is what you see when people are shouting unity, unity, unity. The unity that allows you to take advantage of what belongs to other people is not unity, it's stealing. You're not uniting with anybody. And let me not rush ahead of myself. Once we read this Q34, I'll explain everything where I want to talk. There's a reason I want to just continue reading. But I say all of that to say that I don't believe in anything about unity from the Southeast. It's not true. And it's not because they are bad people. It's just that culturally, the definition of unity is defective. So, and I have to make that very clear. It's not that the person, I'm saying people are bad when ethnicity is terrible. That's not the point. The point is you have to understand the culture of the people. And one of the mistakes that Yoruba people make is that we assume that everybody is like us, especially folks from the Southeast. And our fathers made that mistake. Awo even made the mistake. Awo knew it was wrong, but Awo still did it. Awo did it because I would rather choose the East over the North. Big mistake. And I'm not saying the North is better, but they have, see, it's not about good or bad, it's not about better or worse. It's about understanding who this person is and knowing what you can bear. And if feudalism was the main issue, I would rather have that than a group that will spend their lifetime just gaslighting the entire country and shouting unity and tribalism all over the place. Anyway, let's go on. Someone asked here, was there any Eastern Region NCNC probe? There was for a certain tribunal, but it was actually to inquire into Zeke's misappropriation of Eastern Region money. And yes, they found that he stole money. This two could not serve, it's just Akmaleni. He stole money, £877,000. If there's another one, I don't know if there's another one, but that one I'm very sure of. But we'll come back to that later. Let's go on with this. Something about unity? Yeah. So Major General Ironsi's budget broadcast of 31st March, where he boldly asserted, quote, I am convinced that the bulk of our people want a united Nigeria and that they want in future one government and not a multitude of governments. One Africa unitary system. On the latter view, Ironsi was mistaken. By the way, I have to pause. What he just said there right now is not very different. The mindset is not different from Azikiwe's 1949 speech, where he said the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation. I have just one, but that one will be led by another one. But that particular one that will be leading us is a special one. And to say that group is not special or better than any other group, it makes you a tribalist and a bigot. Are you a bigot or a you-got? Think about it. Let's read now. Okay. On the latter view, Ironsi was mistaken. Henceforth, northern criticism of the regime became more strident, pervasive, and uncompromising. Yet, the regime surprisingly appeared impervious, even encouraged to press on. In May, Ironsi indicated that jobs, listen to this, Ironsi indicated that jobs and land anywhere in the country would be available to any Nigerian. And look, I'm looking for one person that will tell me the difference between this particular statement I just read and the indigenous bill that was pushed last year. That's why I say that we have these conversations not because you're trying to say one group is bad or whatever. It's because whatever happened is happening. And if you don't do something about it, it's going to happen again. By the way, remember there was no Land Use Act in 1966. So that Land Use Act came in 78 with Obasanjo. All those things about, the land is held in trust by the governor of the state, all that English. That one was 78. This is 66. He's saying that jobs and lands anywhere in the country would be available to any Nigerian. Now, if you are a very naive Yoruba person, and we have a lot of us who are like that, in your mind you think, yes, now that's one Nigeria, that's good, that's one country we should. You don't understand nothing. It's not about one country, and I'll explain this way. I think it's a very good point. We'll come back to this book. I have to begin to explain little by little now. I'll use another book to explain. Let me use another book to explain so that I will say it together. Don't be naive. Educated elites in Nigerian society. I'm going to read something that Ojukwu did. You see, from every generation, you see this thing happening over and over again. You just have to observe the pattern, that's all. And then you understand what's happening. And it's also different from what you have now. All right, listen to this. Please pay attention, please. The Easterners did their of the sentiment of tribalism. Let's read. Again, this book is called The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by Ian Daly. The Easterners did their best to teach the rest of the country how to get above the sentiment of tribalism. Hence, in the early months of 1966, scholarships were thrown open to all Nigerians living in the region. Good idea, Abi, which you understand soon. Moreover, the government of Odumegojuku expunged from all government forms the requirement of stating one's tribal origin moved from the region, and all Nigerians in the East were to be treated as equal with equal opportunities. Let's put our hands together for the Lord. Wait, but rather than appreciate the high values and virtues which the Easterners were inculcating, it is clear from the lack of reciprocity on the part of other leaders, military and civil, in the country, that the East is wasting its resources in trying to achieve the impossible. As a matter of fact, these gestures made by the East have been widely interpreted in other parts of the country as evidence of its ardent desire for national unity, which the others do not really want. Let me tell you what the Torrent I just read. Ojukwu had this brilliant idea that we're going to give people, scholarships, right? And that if you want to fill your form, you don't have to say I'm Yoruba. So don't write your ethnicity there. This is one Nigeria. That's why you hear their leaders today, even professors, talking about Rwanda. 160s. Oh, there's no tribe. I don't like the word tribe, but I get the point. I prefer ethnic nationality. But so there's nothing like, no identity that makes you different. We're all Nigerians. So we want to fill that form, right? You want a scholarship in the Eastern region. You don't have to say you're Yoruba. Just mention your name. But here are the questions. Number one, the fact that I do not tick that tribal or ethnic box, does that change the fact that my name is Adebusui? Are you saying you will not know where I'm from when I say Adebusui? Are you joking? That you not know that Ibako is from the north and Ade is Yoruba? You will not know. Okay. Let's assume that you say regardless you are colorblind or you are ethnic blind. Okay. Here's the real question. Number two. Why did you stop that policy? Why? You started this policy, Abi. Why did you stop that policy? The answer is inside what I just read. Due to lack of reciprocity from other regions, you stopped it. What does that tell me? It tells me that you are coming out with that policy because of reciprocity. What's the meaning of this, Turenchi? If you are Awo and you want to start free education for all kids, and this is what Papa did, by the way, free education for all children, Yoruba or non-Yoruba, even Westerner or non-Westerner, even if you're not from the Western region, you will get education if you live in the Western region. He did not do that to wait for the North or the East to reciprocate for Yoruba people living in the North or the East. He just did it to develop his own region. My people must be educated. These children have to be educated, and thank God he did it in 1955. Thank God. That's why we are like this. He took his time, himself and his team created a policy, they pushed it, and here we are. Whether you did it in the North or not, whether or not you did it in the East, the policy will still stand in the West, because the policy was for his people. It had nothing to do with you. Your children might come live in Yoruba land or different parts of the Western region, and they'll still get the same education or the same free education. That's okay. Now imagine I was saying that, I have noticed that there's no free education, and by the way, there was no free education in the East. They tried it. It ended that same year. Tried around late 50s. It was Zik that was trying it. There was no organization. It's not today's topic. They tried to do it. They could not. Organization was poor, and so they stopped it. So imagine after they now stopped it in the East, Awo will now say, Zig did not have this free education in the East that I have in the West, therefore we're going to stop the one in the West. That would be a stupid idea. And I thank God that Papa was not stupid. When people tell you things like, we are cancelling a policy because of lack of reciprocity, it tells you the real reason for the policy. And I'll explain. How many Yoruba people moved to the east and how many Easterners moved to Yoruba land? How many Northerners moved to the east and how many Easterners moved to the north? It is not that Yoruba people don't go to the east or Northerners don't go to the east, but when you look at the volume, more Easterners move out, and they've been doing that since around early 1900. And that's why you notice that many of the leaders in the First Republic from the east were born outside the region. And we've explained why that happened. It happened because there was land hunger, right? There's land hunger in the east. Even today, it's still there. It's not like, and it's not a jab. It's just the reality. The entire southeastern states, the entire region, is about the size of your state. Think about it for a second. Maybe people don't really understand what this is. Imagine having millions and millions and millions of people packed into that place. It's the most densely populated part of Nigeria. The eastern region is the most densely. It has always been like that. And I've read Majiparam's statement in the list now, 20th October 1960, when he talked about the fact that they were pouring out of the overcrowded forest. Again, it's not an insult. It's just what it is. It's like saying that that we have mangrove forest, we have savanna, we have anyway. It is we're not comparing. The point is, it's just descriptive. They poured out, right? So in pouring out, they just move into different places. So you move into the south, you move into the west, you move into the north, you move everywhere to try to find opportunities, which is okay because you're Nigerians. Until you begin to tell us that you could not develop jack. You could not develop nothing. All right? So, but they had to move, which is brilliant because, of course, you're Nigerians and you didn't develop anywhere. But here's the crazy part. If I am the governor of the people that move out a lot, let's say, for instance, on a scale of 100, 70% of my people live, right, even today. Maybe be like I said, I just make things up. I think it was it last year or 2 years ago? Last year, Governor Soludo of Anambra State said in 2025, 50% of his own people, of his indigenous, live outside the state. Again, it is not a jab. It's not a recent event. It's a trend. It's a historical trend. You can see the data. If you want it, we can bring it out. So what you notice is that, let's say between 50 and 70% of the people live outside your region. Southwest, people live outside too. So let's say 30%. Some in the north, some in the east. The north, let's say 40% live outside the north. So what you discover is that your people move out more or out of your region into other people's spaces than other people move into your region. You then grant them scholarship without tribal identity. If you're a good person, if you're a good person and you actually have the interests of Nigeria at heart and you want to destroy tribalism according to your own definition, you will continue doing it. For long. But because you are doing it so that folks in the north will be able to have opportunity just like the indigenous of that place and say we have removed tribalism, no identity. We can have the same scholarships that folks in the north are having. We can go to the west and demand the same thing because after all, we're doing it in our own region. So why can't we have the same thing? That's the reason for the policy in the first place. It wasn't about what was going to happen in the east. It was about what was going to happen in other parts of Nigeria to Easterners, particularly Igbos. From my perspective is that if you will stop the policy due to lack of reciprocity, it tells you that the policy was never really because of development or anything. It was because of reciprocity. It created it for it to be reciprocated. When it reciprocated, it stopped it. The purpose of that law was reciprocity, not unity. Oh, let us be one Nigeria. For what purpose? For the most part, is to take advantage of what belongs to other people. That's the basis for the unitary system. That's the basis for the indigenous bill that thankfully will never come out again. That was destroyed, just packed to one side last year. You live in a place after 10 years, you're an indigene. What does that mean? It's the same spirit. And I say that to say this. these conversations, although they're historical, they actually point us to what's happening today. And if we can just calm down and understand that it's a cultural issue, the culture hasn't changed because the people choose not to evolve, then you can have that conversations at that level rather than saying your father, your mother. The point is that there's a cultural issue at work here, and in a place where you have several cultures and different realities and different value systems, you must have a federal system. So we're back to 66, and regardless of the differences that we had, Ironsi gave us a unitary system, and whether we agree or not, we are still practicing that thing. And that system is what makes us not to be able to have any conversation without using the word unity. It's not because we even understand unity. I dare say most Nigerians don't even know what the word unity means. We just say it, and we say it because of what Ironsi did. When we were having true federalism, were we not united? Well, we're just starting out. It was about 5 years of experiment, and then they scattered everything. But they were on the way to it. Let me tell you what Igbo lecturers said in 1966. I read it earlier. This is what intellectuals from the Eastern region, this is what they said. So again, it's a cultural thing. It's not like somebody is bad, somebody is good. It's the value system. And it's a value system born out of scarcity. You see, your reality usually determines your value system for the most part. Some of the things that you cannot, that you would do as a Yoruba person, you do it because of your value system, and that value system is based on your reality. Again, I hope I'm not harsh. Someone says, sir, hypothetically, would you call Ironsi a politician? Of course, it wasn't. So here's the point: if you're coming from a place where, just get the message. If you don't like the tone, I've tried. Even me, I'm trying. If you're coming from a place where there's lack, and you now go to a place where there is plenty, if you are not careful, if you're a greedy, selfish person, what you will be thinking is how to divert the plenty in that place to your own area where there's lack, which is what unitary system was about. It had nothing to do with the unity of Nigeria. It was about diverting, and it's right there. Just in case you didn't hear when I read it, I'm coming back to this. I'm opening many books at the same time. Let me read something to you I'll come back to this from Collier Motoshaw. It had nothing to do with unity. That's why you have to be very careful with words. When people use words like marginalization, victimhood, unity, what does it mean? Let me read something to you from what we read earlier between Hassan Katsina and Ironsi. Ironsi says, the final reason for this unification decree is that by the deployment of the administrative, technical, in fact, let me read the first part. It says here, this decree, that's the unitary decree, this decree will provide us with a unified command conducive to military administrative arrangement as we are used to. Another advantage of this unification decree is that we can then imaginatively deploy and distribute the nation's talent and expertise in the same way as material and financial resources are being deployed and distributed for the common good in the country. Excuse me. In the same way, material and financial resources are being deployed and distributed for the common good of the country. So, shared amongst everybody. Okay? We can also pick people from one place and move them to another place. And you have to agree because you believe in unity. Are you not one Nigeria? If you say no, you're a tribalist. Okay. So it says here, such deployment. Okay, so Hassan Katsina said such deployment of people once carried out cannot be exhausted and so on and so forth. So let me read the other thing that Ironsi said. The final reason for this unification decree is that by the deployment of the administrative, technical and other personnel from one section of the country to the other, mutual understanding would have been enhanced and a real sense and feeling of interdependence fostered among the different peoples of this land. Once we're able to move people, so for instance now, there are no opportunities in my hometown. So once we are one, I can deploy, you use words like you think people are stupid. I can deploy people from my town to yours, where you have plenty. And since we are united, you have to allow my people work in your place now. So they'll take the opportunities. Then you now say, you counter. This was Asan Katsina now counter by saying, when you bring those people in, what happens to the local manpower, the people of the land themselves? What happens to them? This is why I hate it. Let me just, I don't like it, but I really hate the idea when people say things like remove state of origin, particularly if you are from a minority ethnic group. The only buffer between you and certain overbearing ethnic groups is state of origin. Remove it, you are gone. It's the same thing as indigenous bill. So I move into your place. I bring my people, we are many. And they'll become indigenous after staying for a few years. And by the way, there's no state of origin, so we're all the same. When is your time to appoint your king? You think you will appoint that king? How? You say you have traditional system of doing it. Traditional what? Are we not the same? Are we not united? It's not one Nigeria. How will you choose a king that invite my own people and will not vote? Say, oh, there's a way we do it in tradition. Forget tradition. This is 2026. We have to vote. Everything has to be democratic. We have to vote. Forget all this. You're carrying oracle around. Drop oracle. And that's the funny thing. The person coming into your space is the one that will change the order of things. And you cannot say no, because are you a tribalist? That's when they use that word and say you're a bigot, you're a tribalist. Don't feel offended. It's just a clown, very funny human being talking for the most part. They don't know what you're saying. And that's why when people say things like, let them just remove the state of origin so we can all be one and just be state of residence. I even saw one of our own fathers say it, and I felt sad. There's a particular age you get to where you can't just be saying some things. So what that means basically is that all this indigenous rights. Oh, this particular state, I'm from Delta State, for instance, is an oil-producing state. We have 13% derivation, and so there are certain things I get because I'm from Delta State. Why should you get it if you are all one Nigeria? You can't get any special to say I'm Isoko, and in fact, let me finish that one. I say I'm from Delta State, I have to collect Kinikon because I'm from Delta State. No, you're not from any Delta State, we're all from Nigeria. If I live in that place, I have the same rights as a Isoko person or Robo person or Shekiri person in that same place. Then you come around and say something like, our land, there's a way we want to do it here. No. You cannot determine how you're going to do your land, because we have to do a law that will make things fair. It has to be fair towards all of us. It's fairness and justice and fairness. This thing you are doing is too much to your own side. You're not thinking of others. The person speaking English in their own home, everywhere is guarded, well protected. You don't just go around and talk about land anywhere. They will send you to your maker. But this in other places you can tell them about how, because you don't want to go to that place, not because there's demon there or anything, but because if people are leaving a particular place for lack of opportunities, why would you move into that place to prove unity? You have to be retarded. In other words, this person is coming from point A to point B, C, D, E, F because B, C, D, E, F have more than them, and it's a normal thing. Again, it's not we Yoruba people. We also go to the UK because for the most part the system is better than Yoruba land, so everybody migrates. It's not a jab. People usually go where you have more opportunities, which is why sensible people don't get to England and say to them that we developed London. That would be stupid. But we hear a lot of it in Nigeria because it's stupid. Anyway, the point is, when you move from A to B, C, D, E, F, and you have opportunities there, and you now become an indigenous of that place. Now, people in B, C, D, E, F don't want to come to A, not because they hate A, but because if A had everything that B, C, D, E, F had, folks from A would not be moving to B, C, D, E, F in the first place. Which means that this guy, this Sadiq guy, this very smart guy, by the way, Ogbon Sadiq is from a slang. You now move from A, go and fight B, C, D, E, F for what they possess in the name of national unity, and then go back to your point A and hold on to what you have because nobody wants to come and take it from you. You just like, what do we have? We don't really have anything. It's very small. There's no opportunities here now. You know now. It's not. I'm not even lying. They will gaslight your life. You'll be there. You'll now be asking yourself, wait, though. Am I a tribalist? You know, people. Somebody said something on Twitter last week. They were asking themselves if she was not a tribalist. I'm like, they will gaslight you. You will doubt your sanity. That's the idea of unitary system. It had nothing to do with unity. It was about two things: stealing that will be based on uniformity. And that idea of unitary system is not unity, it is uniformity. And uniformity thrives on erasure. In other words, if I want to create a uniform idea or uniform people, so to speak, what I do is that I remove everything that makes each person or each group unique. That's why when we go to school, we have to appear in a certain way. We all look alike. If they had their way, they'll make us the same height. In some schools, they will tell all the girls to shave their head. They want everybody to look a certain way. There's nothing, it's not like, oh, me, I like to paint my fingernails. Not here. You have to look like everybody else. So what you do is that if, for instance, you have a culture of, oh, in Yoruba land, this is how we do things. No. You have to put that aside. We are creating a new identity. And I said it before. Problem at all. It should not be a problem at all. Because what are you really holding on to? I don't want to read some things, but I'm trying to explain to you the mindset that birthed Decree 34, which also gave us the other one that we dealt with earlier. There is nothing really grand. So what is it that, what is it that you can't drop? It's like, you know, when it comes to rich people, the poor people, they have the best ideas of how rich people should spend their money. You know, Abi, if you're talking about the best people with ideas on how you should spend your money, are people that don't have their money. They know exactly where to invest. They don't have that money. They know what you should be doing with your money. As a matter of fact, if you make the mistake of letting them know how much you have, they will plan your salary for you, how much you're supposed to, and they are very entitled. Give them something, they will complain for life, just like the £20 policy. It's a pattern. You get. You give something like, it's not really. Are you not worth more than that? Why are you not giving me more than what you are giving me? Are you a bigot? So you spend the rest of your life proving that you're not a bigot, but the guy is collecting from you. That's where the stealing comes in. It's a mindset. And that's what gave us Decree 34. Now let's go back to educated elites in Nigerian society. I want to read what the academicians or lecturers, what they said. In the words of the academicians themselves, all the time tribalists, who drew up the argument for secession as early as May 1966. By the way, I didn't stay on that for a bit, but I should say something here very quickly. The plan to secede, the Eastern plan to secede was actually in 63. That was when it started. Inspired by oil money, right? And also the census crisis, to be fair. There was also a census crisis, and the Eastern region wasn't having any of it. And they had the right to speak up at that point, to be honest. The North was taking a piss. And the East had to do what the East had to do. But by 66 May, Igbo intellectuals were making the case for secession. By June 66, Ojukwu declared that he was going to create his own nation. You find it in the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. It's in the Telegram channel, Red Omi Global. So if you go there, Redomi Global, REDOMI Global. You find it there. He said on or before June 7, Ojukwu already made up his mind. But what Ojukwu was saying in June was based on what the intellectuals were saying in May. And what those intellectuals were saying in May was what was now announced May of the following year. The reason they gave Nigeria or gave the world was that, oh, the Northerners are killing our people August, September. So we had to call on them to come back home. August, September, October, November, everybody come back home. Then in January, we now went to Aburi. Then in March, they gave us the decree number 8, but we said no because we are stubborn. Or let me say, Ojukwu was stubborn. And then by May, he then declared Biafra. But it was because of what they were doing to our people. It's a lie. They already decided to do that even before the killing started. But let's read here. In the words of the academicians, themselves all the time tribalists who drew up the argument for secession as early as May 1966, since the last event, Unification Decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the Action Group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. In case you have not, you're just hearing these words for the first time. Action Group was a Western party, was a major Western party. It was the party that Papa founded in 1951. NNDP was the faction that broke out under Akintola, and they took the name of Abat Pankoli's party, Nigerian National Democratic Party. But by 66, they had begun to come back together. Okay, if you read that report from 64, one of the people that actually, I mean, to be fair, they were also having their own issues amongst themselves, our Akintola factions. So, which is the Yoruba problem that we must be very careful not to resurrect, especially with the next election. Don't, if you're not voting Tinubu, just God bless you. You can do whatever you want to do, but don't come and be saying, let's prove something like we are tribalized. I don't care for the tribalization. Tinubu is my candidate, by the way. I'm by the grace of God, he will win. So we were just having our own in-house nonsense, fighting ourselves for rubbish reasons. Absolute nonsense. But we'll talk about that before. We'll talk about it again. Anyway, so we had our own issues. But I want sorry guys. Somehow I attract great people every day. But somewhere in there, in the cracks, there's always, I don't know where the cracks, I will find a way to deal with the cracks. Retards always find their way in, and they're always from the southeast. I don't know why. Anyway, I've muted you, but you can stay here and listen. God bless you, Olujide Akinuli. Are you from Ondo State? I like your surname. Boromi Deleru. Thank you. I'm Boromi Deleru. Hey, I'm Rusida. I just remember, that's the Ibadan one. Rusida no Mako on Badan. The Rusida people now began to push propaganda. It's in their own protocol. I read it here before. They said it themselves. They said this Awolowo propaganda is, in fact, no, let me read it so that doesn't come lying. Play up Awolowo at all times. I won't read from the beginning, just this part. Play up Awolowo at all times. This will keep up the resistance of the Action Group members and stop them from uniting with the NNDP to form a solid Yoruba front. This is vital, and there's no longer a headache or danger to us. Saying Awolowo was no longer a headache or danger to them. Intensify all propaganda against Akintola. Don't hold that he is sufficiently discredited already. He is still dangerous. We must keep the quarrel between himself and the Action Group alive. This will ensure the disunity amongst the Yoruba leaders. Seek all means to discredit Fani Kayode. He is the real and only barrier to our domination of the West and our ultimate control of the Federation. Who wrote that? Igbo National Caucus, 1964. The point is, we were already having our own issues. They now came to do the Rusida and Boromi Deleru. Help us now amplify our wala. Especially from 63, that Papa went to prison. See, they were already there. NCNC and NPC had one enemy from 1960, and that one enemy was Awo. And they dealt with him from 62 to 63 until he went to prison. And it was both the North and the East that did it. It wasn't like the North was, not all people, they were together. They planned it, they executed it, it was well done. They sealed it so well that, I mean, even the judge said, my hands are tied. They sent him to prison. When they now finished, they now started facing each other. If you notice very well, if you read Nigeria's history, the East and the North did not fight until 1963. They began to fight in 63 after the census figures were announced. That was the same year they created Midwest. Contrary to what I would have wanted, that was the same year they sent Awo to prison. And that was the same year they started fighting. But while they were doing that, we were also fighting amongst ourselves. We don't used to fight others, now ourselves we used to fight because we need to think straight. May God help you, right people. And I see it again with all these divisions. We don't need it. Anyway, while all of that was going on, I think after a while, we're not like, Jamo, Otirewa. I ever fought like that with somebody say, me Jamo, Otiremi. You people were not like, Jamo, Otirewa, around 60. Actually, they started forming some kind of unity around 64. No, around 64. It was one of those things that led to the white paper on political alignment in Western Nigeria. That paper is also available on the Telegram channel. That paper was published by the Western Caucus of NNDP. But what they were saying was also aligning with what Akintola was saying. Sorry, Western Caucus of NCNC. But what they were saying aligned with what Akintola was saying in NNDP. Anyway, by 66, Yoruba people don't fight, don't tire. So they were now trying to come back together and say, you know what, let's give ourselves brain. Let's find a way to do things. Awo was still in prison. Papa was still in prison. He will be in prison until August 2nd, released by Go1. You know, to be released by Go1, but he was still in prison at this point. So like, you know what, guys, be like say, we have to give ourselves brain. Let's be together. And then, Igbo lecturers now began to write against the fact that they were trying to come together. That's how it's over that although you have your own cracks within you, you also have some demon-possessed people who just have at the back of their minds the possession of other people's territories, not as a party, but as an ethnic group. Let me read to you what they said. Igbo lecturers. Since the last event, Unification Decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the Action Group, Yoruba, have as predicted joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP and the Yoruba Group. That's the Akintola Group. And this was after Akintola was killed, by the way, in a renewed battle against Easterners. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving. Listen, recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. That word again. Unity. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria. And all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the woes of the First Republic. These were lecturers, supposedly educated people. Your mind says, if Awo wasn't in prison, does it mean that the Midwest state creation wouldn't have scaled through? We will never know. It probably would have sailed through regardless. Probably they would have been able to get it done, but it would have been tougher. But they would have got, because they had the majority anyway. So back to what we're saying here. So they're saying that, listen, these guys are coming together. They're against unitary system. The unitary system is a way for the federal government to unite the country. But these Yoruba bigots, they are coming together. And by the way, it's like they have the same mindset as the Northerners. They also want federal system. When you live in a country that is as diverse as Nigeria, it would be foolhardy for you to assume unity or to even force it. You build Nigeria along the lines of its differences, not of unity. And what I'm saying right now will sound very, very counterproductive or counterintuitive, but it's the truth. You build a country like this along the differences that we have, not along the supposed unity we're trying to form. Say, are we all black together? We're all black. I'm also black as Kenyans. And if you build anything based on phenotype, you're not thinking straight, because one day who you really are will come out, and it's not based on color, it's based on your sense, it's based on your value system. So essentially, they're saying things like, oh, these people are coming together, they don't want us to have this unity, and so we shouldn't have a federal system. But what we should be having, or what they should have been talking about, is a federal system. That's why when I hear, and with all due respect, when I hear folks from the East just jump to the point where Nigeria is bad, we need a federal system, I'm like, we need true federalism, we need regional system. I'm like, who's it the first time? And don't say Ironsi. It wasn't Ironsi. It wasn't a person. It was a culture. It was a culture. And again, I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. Listen, if you ever get to do anything, who you are will show. It's not like it doesn't make you a bad person. It may show that you are not really evolved, and we cannot be malu loco. You have to go general. It may show that you are not evolved, but it doesn't mean you are bad. Who you are, you're about to pay in contact by jelly magbefo. Now waiting bird chop, bird go take fly. Does that sound right? Yes. 1 second. I'm trying to get us on Twitter. I hope people can hear. Sorry, guys. What's the angle? Anyway, you must wait until before. So watch and you know, we're like sponges. If you squeeze us, what comes out is what's within us. Okay. So if a person, thank you, Adalto. If a person has access to certain opportunities or certain spaces, what happens is that what's within them is what comes out, right? So when pressure comes and you squeeze them, whatever comes out is what's really in them. And yes, you must pay a finiwa. To buy the magolo yo, abi yo rude on way. Folks on TikTok, folks on Twitter, we may have to close and start again. I think there's a little issue here, but I think it's working now. But won't show when back on. So please give me a second, everybody. I'll be back. I know exactly where I stopped, but I want to make sure I don't want to. So if you're on Twitter, this may go off in a bit, but please come back in. Thank you. No, I should have used the screensaver. Thank you for your generosity. God bless you. All right, let's get back to this while I find a way to make this work. Okay, yeah, so we're talking about what the lecturers, what they were saying at the time, that, you know, the West and the North favored federal system, and that the cause of Nigeria's woes, according to them, the principal cause of most of the woes of the First Republic was the federal structure. Okay, and it's also different from what you hear today, where certain intellectuals are saying that they want strong men in Nigeria, and then they act surprised when they hear that there was a military coup. Like, how do you get strong men? The way you are saying, you say you're looking for Ataturk. Ataturk is not. Nobody voted Ataturk, you know. So anyway, where were we? Let's go back to Shehu Shagari. In May, Ironsi indicated that jobs and lands anywhere in the country would be available to any Nigerian. Unity power, that was not unity. Why? Listen to the words. Jobs and land. How many of you have seen 300, the movie? Anybody, have you seen 300? I can't be the only one who has seen 300. You've seen 300? Okay, good. I'm trying to make small talk before we get back to the real matter. You remember when Xerxes, shall I call him envoy, when they went to Leonidas, and Leonidas asked what they wanted. Said they wanted land and water. Don't worry, I connect funny things sometimes. It may never sound funny to you, but it sounds very funny to me. It said that they wanted that what the god king wanted was land and water. Anyway, what Ironsi was giving people here was job and land. Now you have to sit down for a second. So this will help you resolve this thing about they hate these people, they hate these people, they hate that people. It's not about hate. Think about it. Why? Yes, earth and water. Yeah, it's even better. Thank you, Consider Preventors. Earth and water. That guy was from Ghana. I think it was Ghanaian. The tall guy. The emissary. Said all the god king. I can't remember. All the god king demands is earth and water. The other just kicked him. So you'll find lots of it down there. And then the guy just enter Conga. 1 second, please. All right, I think we're back on the other platforms. All right, so yeah, I just wanted to say that, but let's get back to this. So you want to indicate that Joe yeah, this is Sparta. That was a brilliant movie, by the way, by all standards. I think it's one of the best movies, historical movie. Stay true to a very large extent. Very good movie. But the point I'm trying to make is that one was talking about earth and water. This one's talking about jobs and land. Here's the thing. If you're from the south and you say, oh, they didn't allow us in because they had land and jobs, you have to think like the owner. And I think one of the problems we have in Nigeria is that people already think like owners. When people have conversations, and this includes Yoruba people as well, we think, even sometimes you're not thinking like who you are thinking like a nomad. You see, when people talk about, why are you even talking about this indigenous bill? Why are you even talking about state creation? Why are you even having a problem with unitary decree? It's because you are thinking like a nomad. A nomad is actually respectful. The worst one is a vagabond. You can pick your choice. Anyway, the point is, nomads don't have any sense of ownership for the most part because they have to move from time to time. Again, it's not an insult, it's just the reality. Gypsies also move. It's just, you just have to move. So you don't stay in a place for too long. So it's natural for you to want to be there. Like you're not really putting down you're not putting down roots anywhere. You're somewhere for a while, you're uprooted, you're going to another place. So the idea of owning something is foreign. Like the idea of that attachment that people have. Why are you attached to it? What is it about this? This is my hometown. This is Lagos. They have another conversation about that on social media. On Twitter the other day. Lagos. Why are you guys always talking about Lagos? It's because you don't have the sense of ownership. Those who own a thing are not flippant about it. It doesn't really matter. They own it. So what the Northerners are saying here is this. This man saying that all the lands and jobs everywhere in Nigeria belong to everybody. What he's saying is that even if people who don't own this place come into this place, they have right. That's one Nigeria. Here's the question. Do I have any reason to go to this place? Number one. Number two, why should I give up what is mine? Because of a person who is moving from one place to another. What if after I move to my place, he moves to another place, owns another place, and say, okay, Shebi, we are all together. So you can do stuff as a citizen, move to another part of Yoruba land, stay there for another 10 years, put some children there and be doing whatever business they're doing, move to another place. That is the idea. you are technically dispossessing the owners of that space. In other words, you are trying to prove the tribalization to the nomad while displeasing the owner. That has to be stupid. That's not unity. Now, I think they cause fight much later with that. So when the person can't get to a particular point, come like, wait, I'm not even fit up for my house again. Because if I talk, I'm going to say now all of us so now. And if I talk, they say I'll be big God. After they go carry knife now or cutlass. Is it right? Of course it's not. But why not nip it in the bud? Even at the risk of being called a tribalist. Let's go on. In May, Ironsi indicated, in fact, if you read it from March 31, I am convinced that the bulk of the people, of our people, want a united Nigeria, and that they want in future one government and not a multitude of governments. That already gives you an inkling to his thoughts. Like the idea basically was to abolish other governments. In other words, other regions. Let's go on. In May, Ironsi indicated that jobs and land anywhere in the country will be available to any Nigerian. There was, in my view, much to commend in such a policy. But given the climate of inter-ethnic mistrust, coupled with the extensive Igbo penetration of north, of greater Igbo competition for jobs and lands in the north. I'm trying to get you to what happened in May. I hope we get that before we leave today. Jeez, it's past 8. Okay. We'll rush. Such apprehension was compounded, listen to this, such apprehension was compounded by the northerly influx since January, as soon as the coup happened. Northerly influx since January of eastern school leavers in search of jobs or opportunities for higher education. Opportunities ma yakpansing. All these northern Guinea, northern civil service, shidano, we all own it together. That's not unity. That's thievery or stealing. But I like thievery better. Where were we? The political temperature in the north was brought to a head on 24 May when Ironsi announced Decree number 33 and 34 of Decree number 33 and number 34 of 1966 in a national broadcast. Decree number 33, which proscribed all political parties and numerous ethnic associations, was straightforward enough. But Decree number 34 was a different kettle of fish. It purportedly unified the country by abrogating the federal framework, replaced the regions with groups of provinces, and unified the federal and regional public services. What does that mean in 2026? Let me give an example. Oyo State has its own civil service commission. Lagos State has. Akwa Ibom has, Ondo has, Enugu has, Bauchi has, Sokoto has. Now imagine a crackhead come along in 2026 of all the states have now become one, so that people can move freely from place to place in the name of unity. Why did they move to the north more than the west? Sorry, I want to answer a question in the comment section. Why did they move more to the north? Why did they move to the north more than the west? Because the north had more deficit than the west in jobs that require, academic qualifications. They had more deficit because they didn't get into schooling early enough. To be honest, it's actually the product of what they also did with the British. So they were disadvantaged educationally. Many of the people, of course, they started going to school around 60, 62, but they weren't going to school as much as others. Therefore, the East, by the way, the East did this, the Igbos did the same thing in the Midwest, by the way, just saying. But they focused on the North because there were more opportunities there. And that's the reason for the interview that the Sardauna granted in 1964, that people call tribalistic. there is no sane human being who would understand the circumstances surrounding that speech or that interview that would call that man tribalist. He was the premier of a region that did not have a lot of graduates, but now, by the way, Sadana did not go to our institution, no. What book was I reading 2 days ago? Oh, Let the Truth Be Told. That's the title of the book. Let the Truth Be Told. It was written by a man who works with him. And we'll talk about, maybe one of these, we'll talk about that book. One of the reasons Sadana also acted the way he did was he also felt inferior when he was with these other guys. These were lawyers and, you know, journalists and stuff. Sadana had only, equivalent of a high school. And for that, based on what he did, you wouldn't be able to tell, which means that he did well, regardless of his level of education. And so he was one of the few who even got the opportunity to go to school. And by the way, I should quickly say this. The reason they also didn't go to school was because of the British and the Fulani oligarchy. We all know that back in, this is not part of the topic, I'm already digressing. We all know that the major group that actually got education into different parts of the country, first, whether you like it or not, they were missionaries. And the British government actually stopped missionaries from going north. So, and if you didn't go north, excuse me, if missionaries did not go north, that means education doesn't go north. And they did that for a particular reason. Because, that's not change topic. But the point is that they had to keep the north the way the north was in order to favor them and the Fulani, and they achieved it. But of course, every disadvantage sometimes, if you're not careful, there'll be okay. So, someone said Western education. Well, you couldn't lead the society with Arabic education. That's the problem. And let me also say something about this whole Western. Listen, there is Islamic education. There is Arabic education. What people had in the north was not even Arabic education, was Islamic education. You would not be able to govern a modern state based on Islamic education. That's the truth. Sadana said it. Read this book, My Life, his autobiography. He mentioned why they had to create a northernization policy. They had to be Western. How you go write letter and Arabic go use Ajami. The Western mindset was what dominated the world at the time. So yes, I know where you are going when you say Western education, like Western education, but they were also educated. Most of the things they say, yes, sure. Let's just leave it like that. I agree with you, but you get my point too. Where was I? Hope I had that question. What was the question? The question was, why did they go north? They went north because majority of the northern guys were not going to school. So by 60, 61, 62, they began to really push their people. That's everybody in the north, the young people. So when Sadana gave that interview, I don't know if does anybody know the interview I'm talking about? Maybe this will help me catch my breath. Does anybody know the interview I'm talking about? Let me just see in the comment section. Do we have enough people who know the interview? If not, they'll probably just play it quickly. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. Okay, good. But please let me also take a break. There are many yeses. Oh, okay, so that means we all know it. But just in case there's somebody there who doesn't, let me use this one. Just 2 minutes. Take a listen, please.
Thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have made a wistful obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp. and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. And I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys that are now turning from all our learning institutions coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there may be 10 laborers employed only in the two regions.
All right, thank you very much. So that was around 1964, and to be clear, when I listened to the first part of that, I felt like, oh, you're a tribalist. Then I listened to the second part, I was like, oh, I get where you're coming from, right? And people talk about the beauty of ambition, but we really talk about the beauty of order. Sometimes people will say, oh, I can go anywhere, I'll just displace everybody and become King Kong. It's nice, right, if you do it on a standing structure, and that when you get there, you won't change the order of things by pushing your people in there, which was the experience in the Midwest, in the North, and in Lagos, the capital at the time. Filled every place with folks from a particular place. There's no way those people will now begin to have graduates, and so essentially they moved north because they had less educated people. Let's go back to the book. All right, very quickly. The political temperature in the north was brought to a head on 24 May when Ironsi announced Decree number 33 and number 34 of 1966 in the national broadcast. Decree number 33, which proscribed all political parties and numerous ethnic associations, was straightforward enough. But Decree number 34 was a different kettle of fish. It purportedly unified the country by abrogating the federal framework. Okay? Replaced the regions with groups of provinces and unified the federal and regional public services. So you can, like I said earlier, you can move people from Lagos State and move them to Sokoto, just like the federal government does with the parastatals. Now imagine that there is no state parastatal. So now we have federal parastatals and they transfer people anyhow, like they do. And then you have states. Now imagine there is no states. We just have federal because we are all one Nigeria. From the northern viewpoint, the implications of all this in terms of distribution of power, the allocation of public resources and amenities, the prospect of Igbo and Southern domination, and the threat, by the way, you see that word again? They use Southern because they want to be PC. It actually meant Igbo. We wrote Igbo there, by the way, but you had to add Southern to add the PC. But you always see that phrase everywhere. So he talked about the threat of Igbo and Southern domination, and the threats to mainstream Northern ways of life were unmistakable. It was, however, the unification of the public services which really provoked the severest anxiety among senior Northern civil servants. In itself, this directly affected only few top positions. and allowed regional control over appointment to all junior provincial-based federal posts. In other words, if you were in the north, the federal government would allow the regional guys or people in those provinces to choose junior staff. When it comes to the senior category or the senior cadre, it was at the discretion of the central, or it's not even federal, the central government. So essentially, what happened, and I should say this, what happened with the VCs would have happened in the public service, where you had DK in UI and you had Njoku in Unilag, and then you had folks dominating Yaba Tech, all of them same ethnic group, but you can't complain, we're all one Niger. So as that was going on, you could just do the same thing for, all the parastatals, NBC. I think that actually happened in NBC, Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, National Broadcasting Corporation, I think they called it. Right. Any major parastatal, just be putting people that you like there. And we know who you like, by the way. But let's get back to this. So it says here, it was, however, the unification of the public services which really provoked the severest anxiety among senior northern civil servants. In itself, this directly affected only few top positions and allowed federal control over appointment to all junior provincial-based federal posts. Allowed regional control over appointment to all junior provincial-based federal posts. Northern bureaucrats nevertheless perceived it as a menace, not only to the newfound influence of the higher civil service, but to their own individual career prospects as well. The anxiety born of the strong suspicion of an Igbo design for hegemony was worsened because Mr. Nwokedi, an Igbo crony of Ironsi, had solely authored the interim report which led to the unification decree. He said it here, the other man said it in his own book as well. One man decided the Northern administrative officers were further galled by an official seniority list based on salary appointment and prepared by an Igbo colleague of Nwokedi, which showed many of them way below their southern equals just because their government paid the least salaries. In other words, since you are paying less in your former region, your salary will determine your scale in this new order, this new public service. So they were paid less. So it says here, Northern administrative officers were further galled by an official seniority list based on salary and date of appointment and prepared by an Igbo colleague of Nwokedi, which showed many of them way below their southern equals just because their government paid the least salaries. The West never really has issues with things like this because we never really fought with people on things like that. The Western region paid more than the federal government even before the coup, starting with our law. When I mean paid more, I'm talking about what's that thing they call it? Minimum wage. Let's go on. I like that. One second, please. I saw something beautiful in the comment section. Oh, that's from Game of Thrones, right? Concealing preventers. I saw it. That's nice. Chaos is a ladder, I guess. All right, let's go on. We have gotten to where we were going since morning. On 27th and 28th May, peaceful demonstrations by civil servants and university students in the north greeted the unification decree because both groups saw it as threatening their present and future careers respectively. What does this mean? If you're an ABU and you now see that there's now one civil service, and because your region was paying less before, it means that you are lower than your Igbo counterpart, even though you got into public service before him in the north. He's coming from the east, but now you are lower. So essentially, and you're a student, so you know you are fighting for your future. So they began to protest on 27th and 28th May. Meanwhile, there occurred another provocation which deeply wounded northern and in particular Muslim sensibilities. The June 1966 edition of Drum, a highly popular magazine, was out on sale few days after the Unification Decree. So the magazine was for June, but it was out just after May 24. Okay. One feature article entitled "Why Nigeria Exploded" dwelt on the bogey of northern domination. It also scorned previous political leaders except Dr. Azikiwe and Okpara, both of them Igbo. Does that sound remotely familiar? You know, all the politicians in Nigeria today are all corrupt except Peter Obi. You know, Abi? And OT, and anybody from the south, especially if they're not in, if they're in LP or ADC, they cannot be corrupt. If you're in APC, you're corrupt. So all the presidential candidates today, it's only Peter Obi that is not corrupt. It's the same thing that happened in 1966. One feature article entitled "Why Nigeria Exploded" dwelt on the bogey of northern domination. It also scorned previous political leaders except Dr. Azikiwe and Okpara, both of them Igbo. The writer was the magazine's editor, Nelson Otta, also an Igbo. Even more distasteful was another article on the slain Northern Premier entitled "Sir Amadu Rose in his Shrouds and Spoke from the Dead," written by Kozi Dakpo, another Igbo journalist. The feature carried a phony photograph of Sir Amadu's robed body placed on a bier before a Dakpo and with the crowd watching. This showed Sir Amadu allegedly confessing his foolish misdeeds, in quotes, and asking Idakpo for forgiveness. When was this? May. That will be the last week of May 1966. So if you think they beat them because of January, you are wrong. And you remember what we said already. There are songs, you know, Rex Lawson's Ewo Nabakwa, Celestine Oku's machine gun, the tauntings in the streets, the brandishing cutlasses. If you read if you read Tragedy of Victory by Labisama, you see there Abubakar was talking about brandishing of cutlasses in the streets, shouting that they had won, singing war songs in the north. And they also did almanacs, bread labels of the Sadauna being slain by, Zogu. And now you are showing him confessing his misdeeds to you. Who are you? Within 24 hours of the magazine reaching a number of northern cities and towns, and against the backdrop of the protests by civil servants and students, riots swept across the north for several days, beginning from Sunday, 29th May. The result was catastrophic. Igbo people and their churches were attacked, their shops, businesses and homes looted, while hundreds lay dead and injured. Along with the mayhem came the Hausa cry of Araba, let's split up, which immediately seized northern imagination. The politics of ethnic violence, which the January coup makers made their hallmark, are taking an uglier turn. But this time, mostly by the northern urban jobless and ruffians. Some order was, however, quickly restored thanks to the prompt intervention of traditional rulers. Sir Abubakar III, the Sultan of Sokoto, for instance, swiftly deployed all his chiefs and councillors with a remit to halt the violence. It was a rather tricky business, but we did the best we could. In retrospect, my assurance to Dr. Orizu that the northern violent reaction to the January killings was unlikely proved somewhat optimistic. We'll continue from here next week. Monday will be here, but most likely we're going to have a recording because of some engagement. So we got into all of this because of an interview that I listened to a while back, when the person said, and the person's Igbo was an Igbo intellectual, and he said that in the mind of the Igbo, Nigeria's history begins July of 1966. I was not like, how can you start with counter coup without talking about the coup? And then how can you talk about all of these things without talking about the killings in May? But how can you talk about the killings in May without talking about what led to it, which is actually the actions of certain people? And the straw that broke the camel's back was Decree 34 that effectively abolished the regions. Gowon did not abolish regions. Gowon broke regions further into states. And by March 17, 1967, gave to the regions what the regions did not even have before Ẹkáàbọ came. Made Nigeria a confederal state with decree number 8 of March 67, although Ojukwu rejected it. And we'll talk about that next week and how, everything then, went to the dogs. But I think one of the books you should read will be Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. If you want to read it before then, you can, check it out on Telegram channel. Our Telegram channel is Redomic Global. You can download it for free. And I think it will be a good resource on this particular topic. Thank you very much for listening. That was how Ironsi abolished Nigeria's regions. And that decree was what eventually led to the riots in May. I'll say this before I leave. Before I bring... It's almost 9:00. Unless 1 to 2 minutes, I have to be out of here like in the next... But I'll say this, that I don't think anything can justify the killing of people, Igbos or not. Nothing can justify killings of people. But you see, you can't move mad. You can't move mad and not expect consequences. So, for instance, you have a situation where people say things like, Stop. Please check the comment section. Baba, somebody asked for the link to the Telegram channel. That's the link. If you want to buy books, you go to Redomi Books. But if you just want to download some of these things, go to Redomic Global. Okay? Thank you. What was that? You can't move mad and do whatever you like, and whenever the consequences now come, I'll be like, I didn't do anything. So when you talk about July, when you talk about May, and when you talk about 1945, one day I was listening to this lady, Chimamanda, and oh God. Again, it's not about people are, it's the same mindset. So the Igbos, the Hausa, the Northerners are killing them in 45 just because they were jealous. Because they were killing. When people are so simplistic in their analysis of things, why does this happen to us? Because they hate us. What makes you so special that they just hate you everywhere you go? What happened in 45 happened, it was terrible, by the way, it can't be justified. Nothing can justify it. But it happened because of what Charles Oyema said in Lagos. What did they say? The domination of Nigeria by the Igbos is only a question of time. People heard it and took it seriously. By May, I say, they killed Igbo, they killed Igbo, it was bad. It was also because of that decree and the things that they have been talking about. Land and job belongs to everybody. Everything belongs to everybody. And the same thing with July. It was a response to what happened in January. The point is that we have to understand the law of cause and effect, and anybody can make mistakes, but be mature enough to say, guess what, I made a mistake there, I'm sorry, and then you move on. Rather than saying, it's not me, it's somebody else, I can never do it, my father can never make a mistake, I can never make a mistake. When you talk like that, you must be very, very, very primitive. That means you don't know how to take responsibility and you cannot build society. That's what it means. But thank you very much for listening. We'll bring people of just few of us, please, because of time, and then we'll call it a day. By the way, if you're joining us for the first time, we have these sessions every weekday. It's Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. So we'll be here on Monday, but we're going to be listening to a recording on Monday. But it's a fantastic recording, by the way. You're going to like it. And that's because I have like a prior engagement. But we'll be here at 4, Akbar long, and then we'll resume this whole thing next week by the grace of God. Thank you very much for listening to to that. Someone says, is Alex Oyema the father of Airpeace owner Alex Oyema? I don't. It's not Alex Oyema. It's CD Oyema. It's Charles Daddy Oyema, not Alex. Please, if you're coming up, it has to be very brief because I really have to run. I didn't know that time was in Dubai, but I hope you enjoyed it. So we're going to bring people up. Please, as soon as I get up, please mute. And if you have not sent your request, please just don't worry. We'll have another session. We brought people up the first time. If you're coming up, it's just 2 minutes. It can't be more than 2 minutes, please. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. As soon as you get up, please mute. Thank you. Oh, we have a lady trying to come up. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Like now.
Baraka, bend the to base then. Bend the copy.
We have a lady here. Wow. I haven't had a lady up here for a while. So I think we should let's have ladies first, right? Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Okay, I can't see the lady anymore. Let's make it very quick, please. FFT, please go on. 2 minutes, please.
So much. Good evening. It's been a while I've been on here, so I've been listening to all your series. I'm very busy. I've not been here every time, but I know we've discussed about we've discussed about the coup. So I actually came up to ask a question. You might not answer it today, maybe later, but I was doing some of my reading. I was now reading Max Leon's Oil, Politics and Violence. The book. Inside the book, he said something that I've never heard before and was very interesting. So I said I must say it on this live. So it was saying that there's someone called Samuel Ikoku, who is the AG General Secretary. He said in the book that Samuel Ikoku confessed that he publicly confessed that the plot was real, that they had attempted to overthrow the federal government by extra constitutional means. That Awolowo was trying to overthrow the government before they put him in prison. So he escaped. So Maximilian was saying the Samuel Ikoku guy, then said there's no need to be. It's a lot of the excerpt is long, so you don't have enough time, so I can't go through it. But the summary is that the guy said there's no reason to continue lying, that they actually planned it, and then they were training some soldiers, I think maybe in Ghana or Liberia, until I read the whole thing. But yeah, and that was new to me. I can't hear you. I don't know, maybe others can hear you.
Now, is it better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. So it was in Ghana. It was in Ghana. What we should do? Did the Kuku say so? Yes, it did. But do I accept everything he said? No. And I have my reasons, but we're not going to talk about it today. Whenever I want to talk about it, you know what? This is a good topic. By the way, this was the reason they sent Awo to prison, by the way. So let's do it this way. Let's do like this. Let's have a session on it next week. If not Wednesday, maybe Friday, or because I was already on the trajectory of, I was going towards July 29 and then Biafra. So this is like okay, we'll find a way, maybe next week, right? Because if I just talk now, it will be like, Awo did not plan a coup. That one is skinny. Ikoku that claimed to plan the coup did not go to prison. Okay, there are many moving parts, right? But it's better for us to actually sit down around books in order to understand it, so it doesn't look like I'm just speaking. But if you say I support Awo, that's true. He didn't plan a coup. How that thing played out, we'll have a session on it. Let's have a session on it, and we'll be able to read as many books as possible. All right, thank you. But it's true that Ikoko said that, but does that mean that that's the reality for Awo and Anthony Naoro and Jack Conde and the rest of them? No. Thank you. Okay, I think the other person has gone down. In fact, thank you very much for going down. Someone said, I wanted to ask for the reason I was jailed. That was why I was jailed. Man, as you just mentioned that, now I just remembered. If you can get this book before next week, please get it. I'll probably just, refresh my mind with it. It's a book by Odugua. I'm trying to remember the title. Chief Obafemi Awolowo, The Political Moses. Yeah. I mickled. I sighed because that book is very emotional. And the most emotional part of that book was when they were reading Awo's diary. Don't worry, we'll deal with it. But thank you very much for coming up. All right, thank you. I have to the okay. I have to run. But thank you, FFT. I think this I have to write it down. I'm going to write it down so that I'll do some. I might use more than we'll probably use like. Probably do. Doctor, please go on.
Ẹkáàsán.
Ẹkọjọ́ mẹ́ta. Ẹ̀rọ sà.
Ẹ ṣeun. A máa fi style gbọ́ yín dáadáa. And tèmi tún yàtọ̀ díẹ̀. Ó yàtọ̀ díẹ̀ torí ibi tí gbogbo kìíní yẹn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbogbo news tá gbọ́ yẹn and all of that. Quickly, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ ṣé gan. Unfortunately, you didn't put up the bank account. It's okay nígbà tí kìíní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀, which is very important for this movement. This is not just a class, it is a movement. And if it is a movement, other movement, àwọn èèyàn máa ń fi nǹkan tó máa ń ran movement yẹn lọ́wọ́. Ó lè jẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu, ó lè jẹ́ you should share this program. You should also, repost. You should like it. You should discuss it. You should even comment, no matter how silly your comments would look, would seem to look. You comment so that we can know the direction of your mindset and address it as such. This morning when you were reading, this evening when you were
No, it's morning for you, I know, don't worry.
So when you were reading the news and, we were playing back and forth what people, some of the things that people said earlier before today, Kenneth Okonkwo or whatever his stupid name is, when you listen to him, does that not sound like Nnamdi Kanu to you? Can you unmute? Better be safe or somebody. So does that not sound like Nnamdi Kanu to you? Does that voice not sound like Nnamdi Kanu to you? That shows the kind of mindset these people have towards this country, towards this, towards the entire government of this country. Unfortunately, they don't have that kind of mindset against the government of their region. Now, somebody was saying, and their president, and the president, for several years, we fight the president of Nigeria, as in we fight personalities, we fight their policies, we fight all of that. That doesn't remove whoever is there as the president of my country. And whatever you want to do, you want to bring down your country. See, America that everybody goes to say, hey, America, come and help us do this. These people are big on two things. They are big on loyalty. They are very big on loyalty. They are also big on family. So when you go on the national dailies and to denigrate your country, they don't really like it. the people you are calling to, they might like it because it pays them. It pays them in whichever way you want to look at it. But they do not respect you because they know that you are not loyal to your country. They are very loyal to their country. You can. I know that some of you have heard some of the things that are happening in Minnesota and some part of Texas. You will never see on a daily newspaper or on TV anybody denigrating America because of whatever happened. No, they are not even fighting their president. That's the funniest thing. Our Nigeria, Trump, near America won't hear, but Trump will exist. What they are fighting is probably eyes. They will fight the institution. So Kenneth Okonkwo, that idiot. Look at the tone of his voice. That and the problem that one Igbo need generally, apart from other problems, so they are always looking for somebody to be their messiah. And Tebalo want Yoruba for a long time. Yoruba want messiah. Messiah come out match. Only match. Chief Obafemi Awolowo emerged. Emerged. Even the most recent MK Abiola emerged. But they are always they have this messianic syndrome here. They have it. That's that. Number three ni ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn òwe tẹ́tí kà fún wa yìí is so pathetic. Ever since you have started that I can remember, this program is about probably 2 years or if not up to now, and you read every me bossa. Okay, money. So and you read all the time. I don't know if our people are reading at all, because recently mo ṣì ní confrontation kan pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn kan lẹ́nu tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé àwa kan àfẹ́ Nàìjíríà tó dá àfẹ́ Nàìjíríà ò lè dá láíláí. Kò sí nǹkan kan tó ń pè pé Nàìjíríà máa dá. Agbègbè ló máa dá, ìlú ló máa dá, ìpínlẹ̀ ló máa dá. Ìpínlẹ̀ ló máa dá, ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ ló máa dá, láwa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀ di ńlá. Now, àwa rí pé president àwọn nǹkan tá máa ń bàjá sí foreign policies, àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan yẹn, àwa lè focus lé lórí. But ńgbà tó rí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn tó yẹ pé àwọn wèrè àti lúrú àti ṣàpàtàn kó pọ̀ máa wà torí wá pé wọn ò lè jẹ́ kí ìlú yẹn dá. So if you don't read, and ibi tí mò ń lọ nìyẹn o, if you don't read, tí a bá mọ ibi tá a ti ń bọ̀, ibi tá a wà yóò lè yé wa. If we do not understand and properly reappraise our past, we cannot understand and appreciate our presence. In that regard, we cannot forge for ourselves a fantastic and prosperous future. Kò sí nǹkan tí Tinubu lè ṣe, 15,000 Tinubu lè ṣe kankan. Gbogbo akọ máa dàrú ni because tó bá ti fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ àwọn èèyàn ní pé president Nigeria, their president is falling. Even in Turkey, where that guy went to, they didn't even see his stumbling as anything. They didn't even know. They were so shocked that Nigerians left the matter. But she was saying, one lost sign. I want to MOU to create. Concern. Are we sure that our lives have not been signed away? Are we sure that our politicians generally had not even mortgaged their life for nothing? Are we concerned about that? But we are looking at somebody who tripped over a Kodu journalist. That is to tell you how this stupid, moronic ethnicity had thrown us back. Because Yoruba people weren't thinking like this before. We were always progressive, forward thinking. We were always, hammering issues and all of that. But I want people here, what is sorry, what is ori ti won bo se baje bi ori igun yen, won ti fe ma sorry gbogbo ọmọ Nigeria. So we are going to be discussing frivolities. Kini mo wan sọ ni pe, please, for the sake of àwọn ọmọ tẹ́ máa bí generations yet unborn àti àwọn tẹ́ ti bí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ keep reading, start reading vigorously. That man brought something up about Max Solum. Max Solum is an educated illiterate and a coward. His name shouldn't be Max Solum. He's an Igbo man. See, I will be me. Round up. I will be me, and I am very proud. Then Boboru call me Yoruba ni. Yìí tó bá ti ẹjọ́ òyìnbó ń bẹ̀ táwọn ọmọ àwọn nìkan bá jẹ́ orúkọ òyìnbó kò wájà orúkọ Yorùbá ẹ̀yẹn bí Adéyẹbá yẹn dúró síbẹ̀ pa ọmọ ọba ni mí, ọmọ olówó ni mí, ọmọ onílẹ̀ ni mí, ọmọ ọlọ́rọ̀ ni mí, ọmọ ọlọ́kọ̀ ni mí. So that idiot called Max Solum is very inferior because he wants to lie. He actually changed the name so that when you are reading history, one of the first things you do when you read an historical text is to allege a bias. How do you allege a bias? When you allege the bias, okay, and don't nípa àwọn ẹ̀gbá yìí kò kí ń ṣe Yorùbá rárá, so wàá rí pé ó lè má ní bias kankan. Ẹni tó ń kọ̀ọ̀kan nípa àwọn Haúsá yìí kò kí ń ṣe ọmọ Nàìjíríà rárá, wàá ti mọ̀ pé kò dé pé ó lè kò wàá kọ́ displace bias yẹn náà tó bá wà lọ rí ní wàá mú padà wá. Bọ̀ ńgbà tí èèyàn kan tó bá jẹ́ Ahmed Kabir tó wá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn Yorùbá, the first tó bá sórí ẹ̀ ni pé tó wá ń bú àwọn Yorùbá nínú ìwé wá ti wò pé ọ̀dọ̀ ìpa Hausa lọkùnrin yìí Fúlàní ni kò láìkí báwọn Yorùbá ṣe káńtà àwọn Fúlàní wá ti máa rí bo kíní yẹn. So torí pé kọ́ bá allege bias yẹn ó wá lọ mú orúkọ ó wá jẹ́ Max Solum. Ẹjọ́ ìlú wo náà ti ń jẹ́ Max Solum Nàìjíríà? Ìlú wo náà ti ń jẹ́ orúkọ yẹn? So alàgbà òun náà ni mo mọ kò tẹ̀ mátà èèyàn tẹ̀ ní pen name, but òun ṣe deliberately because he's inferior, he's also cowardly stupid. He wants to lie. He's a perpetual liar and deceiver. Is full of deceit and shit. Now, our immortal Awo will never, he can never support military government. Whatever happened between 1967 and 1970 and the rest was a child of necessity that he worked with Gowon. Awo fought even after that for a free society governed by democracy. He doesn't like military government in that. In fact, before that time, there was not even military government in Africa. There was not even military government in Nigeria before that time. So for it to even happen, they understand what she must say. As at the time the military coup happened in Africa, there were about 33 military coups that happened across Africa. That means that there was something fundamentally wrong somewhere. Tí wọ́n fi lè gba gbogbo àwọn ìjọba yẹn. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé onílù àwọn kan tó ń jó ìròmí wọn tó ń jó onílù kan ó wà lábẹ́ odò. Apart from the shenanigans and over domination of the Igbo people that was planned before that. When they saw that they couldn't achieve all of those things, that was what I thought they resort sí military coup tó máa dúró síbẹ̀. Wọ́n kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ gba ìjọba yẹn kan gbé fún sick 1964. That was their plan. So Awo ò lè ever try láti sọ pé òun fẹ́ gba ìjọba, and he said it ìgbà tó tẹ̀ ń lọ sẹ́wọ̀n. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ pa yìí o, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ pa ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ti bá délé mi ní báyìí, mo dẹ̀ máa kó omi tí mo wà yẹn. I remember one of the letters he wrote to his wife. Tí wọ́n bá ka lẹ́tà yẹn èèyàn máa sunkún ni. And lẹ́ni gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ yẹn tó jẹ́ irọ́ yẹn, Awo ó padà jẹ orí gbogbo wọn. Bí àwọn ọlọ́dẹ bọ́n ṣe máa ń jẹ orí òkété ni Immortal Awo ṣe jẹ orí gbogbo wọn. So alàgbà, Awo never planned a coup. Njoku said that rubbish and Max Solum and tójú ẹ máa rí pé tí wèrè náà ló máa promote ọ̀rọ̀ wèrè ẹgbẹ́. Wọ́n á rí pé ẹlọgbẹ́ni tó sọ̀rọ̀ Njoku ló ń jẹ́, ta ló kọ́ wèrè tí ò lórúkọ láti ìdílé wọn Solum tí ò ń ṣorúkọ anybody in Nigeria. So ẹjọ́ ẹ máa kàwé, please continue to read so that you can liberate your mind. Please continue to read so that you can know that there is no babala anybody that can gaslight you in this country. ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ Nàìjíríà ò ní dàrú àjọ̀gbọ́n bùtù ẹ máa lọ sókè ẹ̀ ní jábọ̀ gbogbo ẹ máa lọ síwájú lágbára Elédùmarè iná ò ní tán wọn yín o gbogbo owó tẹ̀ ń ná gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń gbọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń rí Elédùmarè á gbé yín sókè kò ní sọ yín dẹni lẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀ ní bàjẹ́ ẹ̀ ní tí gbogbo àwọn tó ń gbọ́ yín náà tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣíà tí wọ́n ń dá sí ètò ilé wọn ní dàrú ọ̀nà wọn ní bàjẹ́ a máa lọ síwájú lágbára Elédùmarè ògo adúláwọ̀ tí Elédùmarè ṣe wá yẹn Elédùmarè ò ní pa iná ògo wa lágbára Elédùmarè ṣe.
Thank you very much, Edato. I really do appreciate it. To be honest, someone's in the comment section saying 2 minutes. Edato, so there are two people who usually come up, Edato and Prof. Those ones are special guests, so sometimes they get to speak for more than 2 minutes because of stuff. But he mentioned something earlier. He was talking about the bank details, and I've put it up here now. If you like to know what we're doing, please use the bank details. We do this every weekday, Monday to Friday. It takes a lot to get it done. All right, so please, if you want to support, we use the bank details, and your support will be greatly appreciated. And to those who have given us gifts earlier, thank you very much for your generosity. God bless you. And to those who had issue with that or going on and on, I knew he wasn't going to do 2 minutes. It's part of it, himself and Prof. But please be safe. Please, let's stick to 2 minutes so I can run. I will just play the anthems and go after you. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We appreciate you always. Thank you for the enlightenment. Well, 2 minutes.
I've not seen in a long time. I see in the comment section.
We listen to you, yes. We listen to you, but sometimes you want to come up, you are tired and you want to go. So, all right. Well, my own input is that, number one, when Ironsi's government came up, you mentioned the sitting arrangement of those senior officers. The only person among all of them that is a graduate is Ojuku. Then the only other person maybe that will have probably had, in terms of his professional leaning, that will have had higher education is Ademulegun, because he was a signals officer and he will have had to go for electronics abroad. The others, Ironsi was an ordnance officer. Fajuyi, Gowon, Ojuku were of the infantry. Who else there? Mundibe was an infantryman. He fought in World War II, commanded a brigade in Congo. And those other guys, they might not have been educated. And why am I going? You see, when you think you can superimpose, the military has a culture of centralized control, because command and control flows from a source downwards for the line of control. So the most senior headquarters give directives, and this is implemented down the line. So, being neophytes in the act of governance, these senior officers of blessed men, God bless them. Okay, we still have a couple, General Gowon still alive. They thought, or maybe because of the background of an influence over Ironsi, they thought they could centralize a multi-ethnic, multi-religious country and subject it to a unitary system. They thought the military way of governing now could apply, and that is one of the undoing of Nigeria up to today. And he thought of abandoning the regions, and we also forgot that it took us several years. Clifford Constitution, 22, Littleton, Richards, McPherson, all the way through, for that regional arrangement to be in place, because it took us time to evolve those constitutions, and there were reasons. And so for somebody, the military, to now come up and in 6 months want to now wipe that off and institute a rigid unitary system, was not going to, it was going to be very, very difficult in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious country. But because maybe the level of education and all that was not that high, they could not sense that. Unfortunately, the likes of Nwabweze, who was supposed to be an educated somebody, was there because he saw his brother, and because that was a plan of the Igbos right from the word go. They keep denying it right from the 40s, as we have always said, to have the government and lord it over. And that is where Nigeria started getting it wrong. That is one of the points, I keep telling people that the January and the July coups, particularly the January coup, was one of the most catastrophic events that ever affected Nigeria, because the development trajectory of the country, if it had not been truncated by those two terrible events, we would have avoided the civil war, and Nigeria, at least Western region, wouldn't be where we are now. Papa instituted an industrial policy which was the hybrid of so many countries, the conglomerate system that some Southeast Asian countries adopted. That was what he fashioned for the industrial development of Western Nigeria. Look at all those industries that Western Nigeria had, centered on Lagos and Ibadan. Imagine those industries were still in place. Do you know what behemoth they will have become by now? Unfortunately, well, we thank God that Odua is still there, but it's a shadow of what it should have been if that development had continued. Other regions too had something similar, and the country continued like that. But the country was centralized, and then the succeeding military government continued. Obasanjo even did worse in terms of centralizing power, because they saw a template that erosion started. Then Gowon followed. And that is why we are here today, where we are not moving. There is motion without movement. So, we must rearrange Nigeria. And I keep saying, unfortunately, I think Baba Olowo, this is my own personal opinion, I don't understand to be corrected. One of the greatest mistakes was he never asked for the plebiscite for Western Nigeria.
Before independence, Abi,
if I say around that kind of 51, 52, he asked for plebiscite.
He will not be able to ask in 51, 52, Shab. You know that it was. Hello? Can anybody hear me? Because I can't hear him. Can you hear me in the comment section? Anybody? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, because I couldn't hear him. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe he has issues with his network. Hindsight is 2020. Yoruba had there was a Yoruba movement, national movement before Ẹgbẹ́, but it wasn't universal. It wasn't as universal. I think it was his network is gone down. It was not as universal as Ẹgbẹ́. But 51 was when Action Group was founded. And that was the year, it was September and November that they had elections into the parliament. 52 was when he became leader of government business. I get where you are coming from, and I can't fault it. But I think it would have been, I'm not sure I can judge him based on what happened in Southern Cameroon, because Southern Cameroon was not necessarily just pulling out of Nigeria, they were pulling out of Eastern region. They were getting out because of the way they were treated in the Eastern region. I think we were not being treated anyhow by, you get what I mean? We were the region. But I think if you had seen today, I'm sure we would have asked that, Nigeria just pulled out of Eastern region. And the reason I said that is because there's a video, there's an interview that Papa granted, where they actually asked him about this whole breakup thing. I don't know if you've seen it before. Has anybody seen it? Awolowo granted an interview. If I find it, I'll just play it for you. Awolowo granted an interview when they asked him what he thought about. I've not seen it before. They actually, the BBC reporter asked him what he thought about breaking up Nigeria, if Nigeria was going to break up, and he said no, that Nigeria wasn't going to break up, because at that time they were not thinking in that. I'll play that video. Give me a second. I found it. Someone said I played. No. I've not played it here before. I've never played this particular one here. Take a listen.
The major difficulties when independence comes to Nigeria will be the rivalry between the western and the eastern regions.
This is Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who is the leader of the western region of Nigeria, which has just celebrated its self-government. Not complete independence, but self-government within the Federation of Nigeria. Now, Chief Awolowo's title here is Premier, to distinguish him from the Federal Prime Minister. Can you tell us how much self-government you now have in Western Nigeria?
As you know, as the Federal Constitution, under the Constitution, certain matters like defense, foreign affairs, ports and railways, and exclusive federal subjects. All other matters which are not declared exclusive federal subjects are residual subjects over which the regions have authority. In regard to those subjects, we are completely self-governing now.
Are you in Western Nigeria content to remain part of a greater Nigeria, or do you hope one day for complete independence?
Indeed, we are content to remain part of the Federation of Nigeria. We have no intention at all of severing connection with this great country.
Do you think that Nigerians are beginning to think of themselves now as one nation?
Indeed, they have begun to think of themselves as citizens of this great country. And all enlightened Nigerians are determined to ensure that Nigeria remains united.
But not all Nigerians are enlightened.
Not all Nigerians are enlightened, but the majority, quite a good number, are enlightened, and the majority are politically conscious to realize the advantages that accrue from Nigeria remaining as a single nation.
Context. That was around 1957, because we gained self-government August 1957. So you have to look at the timeline. Action Group was formed 1951. They had election in 51. Got into parliament. Became leader of business government in 52. Became premier in 54. When they became leader of business government in 52, it was the same party, Action Group, that began to push for independence in 53. So if they were going to change anything, maybe it should have been 53. With Antonio Nauro spearheading it, talking about independence of Nigeria. And the idea basically was to have independence by 1956. Then they pushed that one to, they were pushing them, They had Constitutional Conference in 55 in the UK. Then 57, we had self-government. That was around the time they had that interview. Then that same 57, we had another Constitutional Conference, right? They were beginning to prepare for independence. So I think, and to be honest, when I think about it, what just came to mind right now is actually very, very, I have to refine it. Let me explain. The goal was independence. That was their goal. While it was a great goal, maybe they were dedicated to continuing the quote-unquote fight of their forebears. People like Herbert Macaulay, people like H.O. Davis, who were also alive at the time anyway. they've been fighting, people like Henry Carr, people like Akoni Doherty, trying to, gain independence. So everybody was thinking about independence. The funny thing, 57, 58, when they had the Willings Commission of inquiry, the report came out in 58. One of the things they said in 58 was that if they wanted to create more states in Nigeria, they were going to have to do it under 1 or 2 years before independence. They said, don't worry, just give us independence. Just don't worry, give us independence. We'll sort the rest by ourselves. They just wanted freedom. And I think they should have done what BSIF said. It should have been better. But again, hindsight is 2020. We are where we are right now, so hopefully we can make things happen. I know nobody can come up again. Please, it's past 9. Like, I have to run. I have said it several times. Like, I really have to run. Please try and understand. It's 9:20. Please try and understand. Thank you for your understanding. And when it was asked the question, do you see the Western region breaking out of the federation, breaking out of Nigeria? I said that they are content with being, in Nigeria, and they are citizens of a great country, because they're trying to push the narrative about the country will work with a federal structure. If Awo knew that there were some people bent on unitary system, maybe would have fought for Nigeria to break out. But they were very clear about that federal structure, and British agreed, only for everything to scatter less than 10 years later. It is well. You guys are making me feel bad. But I really... Okay, you know what? Just do 2 minutes, please. Do 2 minutes or less. If you can do less, I would really appreciate it. Both of you, please. Oh yeah, let's make it quick, please.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening, Matuisha.
I'm so sorry. You look good. Thank you. Another master class.
I look good. I'm tired. Thank you.
Thank you. Your outfit is very lovely. Thank you for another beautiful master class, which many of us were not exposed to. I want to take a slight detour, and the question is: the colonial masters, do they really want Nigeria to succeed? Because if you take their actions as seed sowing, at the time you sow a seed, you are going to have a fruit. When the Americans formed their nation, their best of the best came together, drafted the Constitution. They went back and forth, and the best of the best established a solid foundation for that nation. 250 years later, thereabout, you can see the fruit of that labor. 100 years after that, you can see the fruit of that labor, even after they had their civil war. Now, compare that to the foundation of Nigeria. The people that they handed powers to, were they the best of the best in our midst? At the time of independence, the North as a region were not ready to, they were not even pushing for independence. They were not hungry. They were not passionate. They were not fiery for it. Harold Smith considered in his own interview that they rigged the election, that they knew the North cannot survive. They also knew that Zeke was a thief. He stole money in the Eastern region, and people around him had issues with the law around them, and yet they wanted them to be a partner with a partner who is not competent in ruling the nation. So if you see all those actions as seeds, is it surprising the fruit that came out barely 5 years, barely 6 years later?
Thank you very much.
I raise my submission.
Eshaun, thank you, and thank you for keeping it short. Hold on, please. Let's respond to what is it. That's deep. So this is what I think based on my studies. Did they want it to succeed? I'll say yes to an extent, and the extent is the extent where it will still be dependent on Britain. In other words, they wanted us to have independence to the point where we are still dependent on them. In other words, we have a semblance of independence. We think like we're the one ruling ourselves, as long as we are still holding on to their tailcoats. That is what I think they planned for Nigeria, and they put at the helm of affairs the group that will allow them accomplish that, which was the Fulani. They were very close. It wasn't about guys, it's a very deep question. And oh boy, time too low. But here's the funny thing, right? Think about it for a second, right? Who fought for independence? Southerners, mostly Yoruba and Igbos, fought for independence. And Ijos, there were other people. That's what I don't like saying Southern. Yoruba, Igbo, Ijo, Southerners fought for independence. Who led the country after independence? Northerners. In actual fact, the people who fought for independence were not even under the canopy. They were not on the pedestal when the Union Jack was being lowered. So I can't say they planned for us to fail, but I think what they wanted was succeed as long as you are still dependent on us in a way, because we still have to take from you over time. And I think it's also boomeranged, right? They didn't expect that was going to be a coup the way it happened, but like you said, the seed was already sown. And why did they have Azikiwe do what they did? Because, to be honest, it was a chess game. Azikiwe, yes, had an issue with the money that he took from the Eastern Region Marketing Board, but they needed to have somebody work with the North in order to legitimize the North. You had three main regions. You wanted the North to rule. You need either West or East to work with the North in order to make it work. But here's the problem. Here's the dilemma. They couldn't work with the West in terms of, Awolowo, right? They couldn't work with Awolowo because, as far as they were concerned, Papa was like, he wasn't the kind of person that you could actually, according to, in fact, I even quote Harold Smith, you couldn't go with him with quality deals. It was a statesman. They couldn't work with him. Harold said it. I think we played it here before. I don't play that thing tonight. If you have not heard it before, if you've heard it, say yes. Harold Smith said it, that he was highly principled, he was a statesman, he didn't get involved in squalid deals, therefore they couldn't work with him. Okay, so you have seen it before. Thank you. Someone said I said took instead of stole. Synonyms. So they now said, okay, we have something on this one, let's use him. So Zik being involved was actually to help the North legitimize the hold on power. And it worked for a while until the East actually wanted that power, which was what led to the coup of 64 out of 66. By the way, if you read this just before done by Kole Motosho, you see some interesting things about the coup of 64 and how it all played out. One of these days we'll talk about it, and maybe even I want to begin to think of making stuff out of these things, like a movie or stage production or something, sometime this year. I think we at this point, and I think I thought of talking about how long we've been here. We started November 2024, so at this point, we're going to start thinking about maybe having shows and stuff based on some of the stories. But it's important for us to learn from them. But thank you very much for bringing that up earlier. Ogbodi said you have not heard it before. I'll find the video, my video, where one of the videos that we put out where you can watch it, or you can go to Radio Me Global. I think the link is there. Go to Radio Me Global. The link is there. Bumblebee will be our final speaker, and then we can have our anthems and call it a day. Hello, Bumblebee. Please make it quick.
Evening, Prof.
Evening, sir.
Absolutely. I'll make it very, very sharp and concise. Thank you for bringing me up. And very, very nice submissions by the previous speakers. Excellent submissions. Now, let me start by saying this. Everything that is coming up now, us creating awareness for our people, is because there are people that have pushed propaganda. And that is why they need, as a reason for us to, spread the truth. So àwa Yorùbá a ní láti lo oògùn ìfura, a ní láti lo oògùn ìfura. We need to be very careful. We need to be aware, number one, so that we can position ourselves properly, so that we can stand properly, so that we can speak up and defend our positions at the right time and at the right platform. I'll start by saying what the IPOP people, what they are facing today, the need for elders in our society, as opposed to the Yoruba situation where before you go out and speak for the Western region, you would speak with the community of elders. They will tell you what they want you to go and say on their behalf there, and before you take decisions, you will still go back and give them a report, and everybody will reach a consensus of what to agree with. As opposed to the IPOP people, when Ojukwu was, throwing himself around, forming himself as a very, very big boy and everything, wasn't listening to anybody. And the thing is, you might have a lot of useful exuberance, but you don't have the experience of elders. If Ojukwu had listened to the elders in the community, or if they had the right elders to advise them, they won't be in the dilemma they are today. So, and you know what they say. We Yoruba people, we need to be careful. We need to respect what our elders have done for us. Also, on the case of the Islamists, I heard one alpha today saying that the Sultan is the head of all the Muslims in Nigeria. If anybody says otherwise against the Sultan, Yoruba alpha, Oman Belorin in in my mind, I said, all these things that you've been hiding, now you are beginning to show your true color. I believe the moderate Yoruba Muslims will come out, and we've been seeing rebuttals. They've been coming out to speak against all these extremists amongst us. You are Omoluabi first. As a Yoruba person, we need to be careful.
Thank you.
Omoluabi first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. We had an issue with TikTok earlier. That's why I couldn't send gifts. But thank you for sending the gifts now. Taiwo Dan, I really do appreciate your generosity. Thanks, everyone, for your submissions. Everybody that came up, thank you for your contribution to the conversation. Thanks, everyone, for tapping and liking and commenting and sharing, engaging. And to those who gifted as well, thank you very, very much for your generosity. I really do appreciate it. Option 166 says, is this Igbo? No, it is Igbo. Like, it is pronounced Igbo. It's actually Igbo, right? So, but we spell it IBO because that's the correct spelling. Thank you very much. The gentleman you were talking about that was saying that Sultan, this thing is just, I think it's probably because of the numbers that I put on the screen. That's why this thing is restricting gifts on TikTok. I think people already have the bank details though. So, let me put dashes or something. Let me remove it for now, and then I can put it up later if I have to. Or shall I say, if you'd like to support, please use the bank details up on the screen. I'm going to delete it in a bit, so it doesn't affect the live session. All right, quick. We're going to have a session. I think we're talking about it because it's beautiful. Let me quickly say this. It's beautiful to see a lot of Muslims also speaking up about that guy, that man. Yoruba Muslims are not under the Sultan of Sokoto. Yoruba became Muslims before Usman and Fodio's jihad in the north. Whatever Usman and Fodio is doing is with the Hausa people. Sorry, whatever Sultan is doing respectfully is with the Hausa people. He's the leader of. There was no bank there before. Everyone just added bank. I thought that adding ANK would help. Let me remove it. Sorry, I'm responding to somebody in the comment section. Hopefully this works now. All right, so I was saying that are they brothers? I mean, I'm not a Muslim, clearly, but Muslims are Muslims everywhere, so they are brothers. But when it comes to jurisdictions, can the Sultan of Sokoto tell the Muslim in Benin Republic what to do? Does being in Nigeria make you forget that there's an ethnic bit to your existence? Because when people say things like he's the one over Nigeria, says who? And does that mean that he doesn't? Of course, he has authority. And this is where the mix-up is. So you begin to wonder, is he a religious leader or a cultural leader? But he's both. He's both. And that's wonderful. But you see, if Yoruba people had gotten Islam from Sokoto now, you know, but if they are saying that they're not fighting the Sultan, they're just saying that, okay, it's just like the Muslims in Benin Republic or Muslims in Togo. They're not going to wait for Sultan of Sokoto to do things now. I think people are just trying to be unnecessarily controversial. I don't even see any problem with it. Sultan has jurisdiction over certain people and they have to do what he has to say. Doesn't mean that if I'm wrong, I'm not a Muslim, like I said. So if I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. But from what I've seen so far, you can't use that. They're not saying they're not Muslims. They're just saying that they don't have. You can't tell them that everything the Sultan says they must follow, and if they don't do that, they have to kill them. Like, who speaks like this? But I'm glad that Muslims are speaking up on that matter. So that's why it's actually quite nice. Someone says, I heard Lato Shah was Muslim. Was he taking orders from the Sultan then? Of course not. Hey. 1840. The war at Oshogbo. There were Muslims in Yoruba. There were Yoruba Muslims fighting against Fulani Muslims now. I don't know why people like to say that there's no ethnic identity. Like, anyway, it's not today's topic. But thank you very much for bringing that up. Let's just live in peace and harmony. Christians are Christians to everybody. Muslims are Muslims to everybody. I think that's beautiful. And we don't have to make a fuss of it. But thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'm going to have to run now. We're going to listen to our anthems. Folks on YouTube, on TikTok, on Facebook, on X, on Twitch, thank you very much for your support. I really do appreciate your being here, and I hope you've gotten something from this whole thing. Yes, certain people were actors in this whole drama. Yes, certain ethnic groups, took it upon themselves to own certain things. But like I always say, this is not to, demean or denigrate any group. But we have to know what happened so that people. Two things. Number one, we should not be blackmailed or easily manipulated in this country. It only happens when you're ignorant. So let's know what happened. Number two, also, folks from the southeast or from any other part of Nigeria for the matter, if you get this information, research, right? Ask questions, read more books. And if you find that these things are true, and they are, when you find that these things are true, I think it's the bank details. I have to remove it now. When you find that these things are true, please change course, heal, and find closure. For the rest of us, regardless of what people do, know the truth, be compassionate, be kind towards everybody, but don't be naive, and don't let people manipulate or gaslight you. Thank you very much for being here, being part of today's session. I'll see you again on Monday. Monday, we're going to have a recording. We're going to listen to a recording, but it's going to be very nice, okay? But it's going to be 4 as well. 4 o'clock, if the time West African time, will be here on Monday. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. We're going to listen to the anthems now. First, the Nigerian anthem, and then the Yoruba anthem. Thank you very much.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear
adúláwọ̀ ìmọ̀lẹ́wọ̀ ni wọ́n kò lágbára lọ. May God bless you. May God bless you. May everything you touch that we have in this country, may we be the solutions to our own problems. And may God help us build a fantastic country together. Thank you very much for being part of this session. I'll see you again on Monday at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Do have a fantastic weekend. May God bless you. May God keep you and cause His face to shine upon you. God bless you. Good night. Odaro. Esheo.